Thank you. Welcome to the Lethbridge City Council meeting for Monday, June the 29th. We're going to begin with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also the home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We'll now move on to bouquets. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spurgeon. As I've said before, that during the COVID crisis, there's been a group of about 40 organizations in Lethbridge that serve people that have banded together to provide collaborative, supportive services to our community. I just want to give them a shout out, saying how great it's been to work with all of them and the great work that they're doing for the community and working together.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just wanted to shout out to Evan Wardley. He was the organizer, along with some members of the city, for the One Community Together rally that took place from Multicultural Center in the march to Galt Gardens. Really nicely attended, and some great positive outcomes from the rally. And just a heads up or hats off, I guess, to Evan Wardley for putting this all together.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spurman. Just want to say an early happy Canada Day to everyone. I know that this year we're all going to be celebrating differently. I hope everyone's had a chance to go on our City of Lethbridge Canada Day page and figure out all the activities that are planned. There are coloring contests, yard decorating contests, window decorating contests, lots to do, and lots of links to the virtual celebrations around Canada. So it's going to be a different Canada Day this year, but we're glad that everyone can still get involved, and I just want to wish everyone a very happy Canada Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Nothing, Mayor Scarron.
Councillor Morrow. Councillor Croson.
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just wanted to give a shout out to the grads of 2020. This has been a tough year for all of them. I think the last of the graduations was here this last weekend, and the multiple ways that they were able to improvise in light of COVID-19. So just a huge shout out to them, and congratulations for graduating in 2020, a year which has been quite difficult.
We wish them a bright future in the City of Lethbridge. Thank you. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, we always talk about all the people on the front lines and how much we appreciate all their hard work, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone when I say thank you. But some of the people you don't see are the people that are constantly keeping city facilities and facilities in general clean and safe. They're the ones wiping down things on a constant basis, everything from interact pads to railings, doors, our washrooms, doorways, everything. And it's greatly appreciated, because it's those people behind the scenes that really keep us safe. And I want to thank them on behalf of the whole community for not only in our city facilities, but facilities throughout our community. So thank you very much.
Important work. Thank you.
Very important. Thank you.
My bouquet goes to the people who participated in and who produced the Downtown BRZ video. A very positive message, and I thought it was so impactful. I asked that we show that 3-minute video today. I'm going to ask if the city clerk, if it's ready to roll. But this is a very positive message, and this is a time when we need positive messaging. We can't ignore the reality of COVID-19, and we can't ignore some of the challenges our city has faced in the last couple of years. But having this positive message come out from one community group supported by the City of Lethbridge is tremendous. So we hope that many more messages like this and stories about Lethbridge will continue to be told. Thank you.
together again. Because to miss out on downtown Lethbridge is to miss out on experiencing our community differently. You'll see high-end shopping next to thrift stores and elegant dining up the street from fast food. It's funky art next to historic buildings and small business next to big corporations. It's the fun of meeting your friends at events, festivals, celebrations, and parties. It goes beyond products or services. It's having all of these really unique things together in one space and feeling the community around you. As we rise up out of a difficult, crazy time, downtown Lethbridge has a new look, a new sense of identity, and a much deeper appreciation for how much stronger we are together.
Yeah, so recognize Hunter Hagee's voice, a strong voice for the downtown, but certainly the support from the city of Lethbridge was substantial. The work of some of our employees like Andrew Malcolm and Tara Grindle in helping put this video together, and there may be others. Certainly the support from the city for downtown businesses is part of that, but the overall positivity of the message is something we need to hear more often. So my bouquet goes to downtown BRZ and everybody who helped put this video together. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Kaufman. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of City Council held Monday, June the 15th be approved, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions with the following amendments. That Council defer the date of return to Council from June the 29th, 2020 for the proposed Land Use Amendment, Section 14.6, Secondary Suites and R-M item to August 24th, 2020. And that Council defer the date of return to Council from June the 29th, 2020 for the Financial Sustainability Strategy item to July 13th, 2020. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the May 2020 Procurement Summary Report. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As members of council can see, we've got something called the status of directed resolutions. And Madam Clerk, I know that I didn't ask you this beforehand, and I apologize for that. But can you just briefly talk for a moment about what this document does? Love the layout, love the way it's being handled now, but just advise council of its current status.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Kaufman. The previous document was called referral list. So this document contains more than referrals. It contains postponements and other directed resolutions that council has directed administration to work on. So this document comprises all of those. We've added the motions so that we can go back and have some reference to what some of these items were. And hopefully it contains everything that was directed to council so that these items come back when they're scheduled to or are deferred in the future if the timing isn't made.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to miss those days when we were all assuming what the operative clause was and coming up with 8 different answers. It's all in one spot. And as members of council have obviously just seen as well, when a date shifts, we actually deal with it here in the consent agenda so that everybody knows that if there's a timing issue on a particular issue that's been referred to administration, not only does council know, the public knows as well. So it's a much more transparent process. In the procurement summary, I just do have a question for the city manager or designate. Just clarity around under service COL 16-261 vegetation management. 3-year term. This is an extension to a company out of Calgary. Is this I recognize it's around power lines. Is this a very specific skill set that we don't have in Lethbridge? Is there a reason why something like this would be farmed out to a company in Calgary?
That is correct, Councillor Kaufman. The the kind of work, this is live line work essentially, so it requires a level of certification and attention to health and safety associated with work around live lines, power lines. We have a current contract that had an option to extend the contract at agreed-to rates, and that's what this is to extend that contract at the agreed-to rates that were competitively procured a couple of years ago.
Okay, thank you. Is this an addendum then? Do our own staff do this work, but this is to keep up with demand?
Yes, we have this skill set in-house, but this is about capacity and supplementing that capacity to make sure that we stay ahead of that, clearing those trees and limbs from those overhead corridors.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. If there are no other questions, just call for the approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, any other questions from council? I see none. Question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? Are there any? Okay, thank you. I now have a resolution from Acting Mayor Parker, adoption of the agenda. That the agenda of the regular City Council meeting of June the 29th be adopted, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. And further be it resolved that City Council waive the requirement for notice for item 5.3, Quarterly Report on Municipal Government Act, Section 347 requests. City Clerk, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, Your Worship. I have 3 additions to the agenda. They are in-camera verbal reports. The first one is 1.6, Government Relations 1. The next one's 1.7, Government Relations item number 2. And, 10.8 rather than 1.8, City of Lethbridge Governance Matter, and that's also a verbal report. As well, just wanted to note that Personnel Matter number 1, which is item 10.4, is scheduled for 4 p.m. Thank you. And just with regards to that last motion on the screen, that's because it is a rescindment, and rescindments require notice. And because there was no notice given for this item, we're asking that council waive the notice with a 2/3 vote to put it on today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? So the motion would now read that the agenda of the regular City Council meeting of June 29th as amended, be adopted as amended, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. There's no questions. Questions?
I'd call the question, Mr. Mayor.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to presentations, and 4.1, I'm going to ask the city manager or designate to report to council on the April 2020 operating forecast.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Members of City Council, I'm here today to present on the April 2020 operating forecast. So this is not typically part of our normal financial reporting schedule, but due to COVID and just the impact on cash flow and revenues and just managing operations and recovery strategy kind of focus, we're here to give an update. Before I start the discussion, I just want to recognize all the individuals involved in preparing this information. This report has been prepared in collaboration with all of the business units, and the business units have reviewed their operations to the end of April and then indicated preliminary year-end financial projections. So I just want to thank the team for their effort in putting all of this together and all that's been, all the work that they've been doing. The operating forecast includes many assumptions, and those assumptions are difficult to project because there are many unknowns that we really haven't faced before. So this is the best information that we have currently. And if any of those assumptions change, the impact could be significant. This information is intended to give council with some details about the potential impact related to COVID. So the presentation is just intended to highlight the impact of the operating budget in terms of over expenditures or revenue shortfalls or surpluses, as described in the variance discussion and analysis. New for this report, we included just an executive summary and then gave some details about the operating budget amendment based on council's direction to reduce on a one-time basis the 1.82% planned increase to 0. And we just gave some details in terms of that information. Section A is the typical section that council would normally see in an operating forecast, with the operating budget variance analysis and including general, utility, and the reserve funds, as well as the discussion and analysis. Just wanted to highlight some of the assumptions that have been made in pulling this information together. We have assumed that the impact on operations related to COVID would be through March 18th to August 31st. At the time we were having this conversation, that felt like really far away. But as that date continues to creep upon us, I would envision that the potential impact of this could be more significant than originally assumed. We've noted in the narrative if there's instances where that August 31st date is not kind of estimated or forecast. And we've also assumed that any operating grants that we currently receive, which would be related to the library, the police department, the FCSS, the museum, just that we would continue to receive those. So that's the assumption that we've made at this point in time until we have more information on that. So just a few things to note. Again, this is actual expenditures to the end of April, forecasted to the estimates to the end of the year. Again, lots of uncertainties and assumptions. At this point, we're projecting a small overall positive variance with savings offsetting the additional pressures related to COVID. However, I can't reiterate enough that there's many unknowns still facing our community. And if a second wave or our community is hit with an outbreak, the assumptions could be significantly impacted. This was highlighted in the executive summary. Just wanted to summarize it again in terms of the budget reductions related to the resolution that council provided to administration, and in terms of the 1.82% increase to 0. And just a detail of how that was allocated. Just wanted to highlight some of the areas that have been impacted most by COVID. Obviously, this is a community-wide issue. This will impact our operations as well as our reserves. And there's also then future impacts in terms of minimal development, future development in our community potentially, potential for non-growth, potentially business closures and that sort of thing. Obviously, our airport's been hit quite significantly by this, and just listed a few other areas in terms of impacts on COVID. At this point, Mayor Spearman, I would just open it up for questions.
Are there any questions from council? I'd certainly like to thank Ms. Pinkson and her team for this additional report. It certainly provides some great information. As we look at the summary table and we see the projection of a $700,000 surplus, we have to keep in mind that not only are there some unknowns, but the reason for that surplus, actual city operations are in a deficit. And it's the commodity prices for natural gas and electricity, which are favorable, projected to be favorable of 1.4 million, that reverse that trend, right? So actual day-to-day operations of the City of Lethbridge department by department are actually in a deficit already. And so going forward, we're going to learn some more things. We'll see how many people can actually pay their property taxes by June the 30th. We'll get a better idea of how many people have not been able to pay their utilities to this point and what risk there might be. So these numbers could continue to change. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Mayor Spearman, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the report. I just was wondering, our contingency plan, we raised our emergency fund to $50 million earlier this year. Do you, and it's probably way too early to talk about that, but do you foresee the need to go to that fund yet?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Campbell, are you referring to the line of credit?
Line of credit, yes. Okay,
So at this point, we are closely monitoring our cash flow, and we haven't had to draw on it yet. The real uncertainty will be the timing of when citizens pay their property taxes and in terms of bringing in cash flow. So at this point, we haven't had to draw on it, but there's certainly some uncertainties ahead.
thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the presentation. This question is related to parking. It'll tie later with a resolution being brought forward later. So far, it's $340,000 that we have lost in revenue with parking, and it's being transferred from the reserves. Can you let me know, either now or later in the agenda, how much we have left in that reserve?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Crowson, at the end of 2019, we would have had roughly $1 million in the reserve. So assuming that to the end of the year, we would need to reduce that by the 350 that's being projected. 340, sorry.
Right, and can I confirm, is that 340 up until the end of April, or is that for the year? Is that just a...
This is based on the projection to the end of the year, subject to many uncertainties.
Thank you.
And that also does not take into account the resolution that you're bringing, or City Council's bringing forward later.
Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and maybe answers, maybe I just want to have a better understanding of this, Ms. Pixon. So the 2020 budget amendment schedule, these one-time operating budget reductions, this is a direct correlation to COVID-19, am I correct on that?
The budget reduction schedule is related to the resolution that City Council passed in terms of reducing the budget from 1.82% increase to 0. And this is how we're proposing to reduce the budget to the $2.8 million that resulted in.
My second question, obviously we didn't hire seasonal employees. We didn't hire as many people going into the summer based on what we were projecting and all that. So is there a corporate savings occurring, like in regards to, is there actually a surplus? Because I'm saying is, if you, let's say you have 200 less people working for us, and most people are paying their property taxes, is there a surplus projected, like?
Councillor Parker, on A2, on the business unit operations, you will see some areas that have resulted in surpluses as a result of facility closures, or that's, for example, Rec and Culture is showing a small surplus as a result of savings from closing facilities offsetting with the costs incurred to related to COVID. So there are some savings, but they're netted in this forecast in terms of what the direct impact will be to the organization.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkston, for the information, for the update. Normally, we can depend on utilities for good, consistent performance, but I'm noting that in the transmission tariff, we've got a $1.2 million negative variance. Is this, in your notes, you state forecasted primarily due to increase in system operations, linear property tax, and cost of capital. So this is just actual normal operation, and this is provincial-wide as opposed to within a municipality that's impacting the tariff?
Councillor Kaufman, yes, that's correct. It's not related to COVID in this instance. It's just the impact in terms of the cost of capital and the depreciation.
Are we into a short-term trend, or are we seeing a long-term trend in the transmission tariff?
We would anticipate that this would start to turn around as we get updates from the AUC in terms of rate approvals after the review's kind of gone through. So we're hoping that these will turn around and we'll be able to recover those in future periods of time.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we usually will sometimes manipulate's the wrong word, but it's probably the right word here. Rider C, we sometimes change in order to deal with the distribution tariff. We don't do anything on that, though, on the transmission tariff, right?
Directly, we do. There is a component of the distribution tariff that can be recovered through Rider C as well. The transmission component of the DTS. So there is a mechanism to recover this outside of normal rates as a rider.
Okay. We getting a feeling we're heading down that road, or too soon to tell?
No, I think this is really early in terms of the forecast, and I suspect before the end of the year, it's our expectation that based on the AUC direction, because the transmission component, those charges are usually published or they advise us quarterly, and they can swing quite dramatically, and our rates will adjust based on those future forecasts.
Okay, thank you. And second question, Mayor Spearman. We have starting on page 19, of course, you've got the reserve funded operations. We, of course, have been hearing commentary from the provincial government that municipalities may have to dip into reserves instead of other strategies of support from provincial or federal government. Our reserves are all designated. Are you hearing anything further from the provincial government as to whether designated or undesignated funds would be what they're looking at, or is there no direction on that yet?
Councillor Kaufman, I haven't gotten direct kind of information from them at this point. Our MRSR is in terms of that's the intent of it is a municipal stabilization reserve, and so a lot of the impact of this will be affected through that reserve in terms of balancing operations should we result in a deficit position. Other reserves that will be impacted is our parking reserve because of the reduced revenue. So there's definitely an impact on our reserves, but I haven't gotten any further direction from the province.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to City Treasurer, Ms. Pinkston, thank you for the presentation and information. The operating budget amendment, I appreciate you sharing that. Do we expect any impacts from those? I know the prior year surplus of 1.52 million would have been carryover, so hopefully there's no impacts, but there may be. Fire and EMS, Recreation and Culture, Lethbridge 311 is using this money for our budget reduction going to have any impacts going forward?
Councillor Carlson, at this point, because it's a one-time budget adjustment, this is the strategy that we're proposing to manage that. If something was to happen in one of those departments that were significantly impacted for whatever reason over the next few months, then we might have to tweak or adjust this depending on that. But at this point, I'm not foreseeing that these one-time funding sources will negatively impact the departments at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. I have another question related to the executive summary, pages 2 and 3. The provincial government allows for recovery of some expenses related to COVID-19. I would guess that most of the items that are listed here that have been impacted by COVID-19, where we've canceled services, won't qualify for compensation, and only those items identified in section number 9, ECC response, those would probably be exclusively the expenses that we could submit for recovery. Is that correct?
Mayor Spearman, at this point, we have not had any confirmation from the province that any direct cost related to COVID will be reimbursed by the province, with the exception of a few different services that we provided. So this is assuming that if the province had announced that this was a disaster recovery issue, we potentially could have recovered direct costs related to COVID, which is what's categorized under the number 9 Emergency Coordination Center response. So at this point, the $1.2 million deficit, we do not anticipate receiving any recovery from the province. But if there's a program that they offer, this would be the cost that would be reimbursed. So it's only for directly related costs incurred.
Okay. So of the $2,460,000 in costs incurred, offset funding of 1.18 million has been identified, and the balance would be shortfall that would be borne by the city of Lethbridge and therefore by taxpayers, correct?
That's correct. And again, this is a forecast to the end of the year. So this is assuming, so we've had to make some assumptions about what will incur. And so in the past, we've given updates to council in terms of what those costs look like, and this is the forecast to the end of the year.
So urban centers like Lethbridge, we provide services that some municipalities don't provide, such as transit services, such as leisure center services and other things like that. So we're being impacted by additional costs. We're also a regional center for some of social services. So those additional costs are ones which are not budgeted for or their revenues forgone, and we may be at risk of incurring those costs, right?
That's correct, Mayor Spearman. You'll see on the business unit operations, the transit, Lethbridge Transit, is incurring almost $1 million deficit as a result of some of those lost revenues and related to continuing to provide the service.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
My question was asked, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? I see none, so we'll move on to the resolution. I have a resolution from Councillor Miyashiro. Be it resolved that City Council receive this report and presentation as information, and further be it resolved that Ms. Pinkson be thanked for the presentation. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson, to you and your team for pulling this together. I don't know if there's any further questions.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Actually, not a question, just a comment, a kudos. Certainly, as members of council recall, back in May, Acting Mayor Parker highlighted this in his questions, but back in May, council directed the city manager to amend the budget, and he and staff has certainly stepped up, and they've secured that $2.8 million we were needing in order to have a 0% tax increase. And kudos to the city manager and staff for finding that and helping us to help the community navigate our way through this. I will definitely support the resolution.
I too have a comment more than a question, and I very much appreciate this report. It's I think one of our most informative reports to council. It gives us a very good perspective on where we are financially in each of the areas. And never more than today have we needed these updates as we go through uncharted territory with respect to our response as a city to COVID-19. And we fully understand that some of these assumptions and some of these circumstances may change as more information is learned as we go forward. So thank you very much for bringing this information to us, and council certainly appreciates receiving financial information on a timely basis, and we understand fully that this has been a considerable commitment on behalf of your department, Ms. Pinkson, so thank you.
I think it's been a very positive experience having the finance team since last term when we started doing these forecasts. It gives a really good picture for council of our financial position as well as the community. So I thank Ms. Pinkson and her team again, and then I call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. We'll now move on to 4.2, Capital Improvement Program, CIP, 2018 to 2027 project update. Refer to the city manager, Mr. Dalton, or designate, please.
Mayor Spearman, members of City Council, in case you weren't tired of hearing from me about the operating forecast, I'm back with another presentation for City Council. So we're here just to give an update in terms of our CIP status, and just from a COVID perspective and potentially the lens of looking for opportunities to stimulate the economy. Included in your agenda package was the CIP summary report. That report has been included in the past in the corporate progress reports, and we've just given it another update and provided it as a summary in terms of this presentation, or along with this presentation. And it just looks at the project budgets and actuals to the end of April, and then provides a brief comment of the specific projects. So this presentation is intended just to highlight high-level summary of the CIP projects. And so we summarized them by project status. There are a total of 80 projects in the CIP in this 4-year window from 2018 to 2021. And we just categorized them by completed, in progress, construction not started, and reconsidered for next CIP. So of those, 66 are either complete or in progress. And then I'm just going to walk through each section of the CIP, mostly just because it's simpler to understand them by those sections, because oftentimes just important to remember that there's specific funding sources identified with each of those sections. And so, for example, you cannot fund a ice arena with a utility rate funding. So it's just, that's how the CIP is structured, just to help kind of understand which projects are in each section. So as you can see under section C, which is the transportation section, these projects are funded from offsite levies, with the CO means that it's an offsite project. And you'll see in September more information about the offsite levy and the rates associated with offsite levies. But there's been a lot of work done to date in terms of working with the industry to review the projects and the timing of future projects. And just know that the offsite levy is under some pretty significant pressure, and so project delay is essentially required at this point in time, just given all of those pressures and the anticipated lack of development that will happen over the next few years as we recover. Section D, there's only a few projects that are not started. They're highlighted in the slide. The Performing Arts Center is scheduled to come back to council in September. And then the West Side Operations Depot wasn't scheduled to start until, or wasn't earmarked to start in the CIP until 2021. Section E, which is environmental utilities, they're listed on your slide there. On slide 6, just wanted to highlight that E20 is awaiting the completion of the residuals project before it can get started. And then the EO projects, again, the O standing for offsites, are delayed as a result of trying to manage cash flow. For the waste and recycling projects, just waiting for some completion of some projects that are currently underway, just given the limited workspace capacity at the site currently. And also E8, which is the landfill gas and leachate management system, is just awaiting approval from Alberta Environment. Section F, all of those are either in progress or underway. Just wanted to talk on slide 8 a little bit about just the challenges with reallocating funding, just keeping in mind utility rate impact, legislative requirement, potentially funding restrictions, and approvals from other levels. So for example, electric transmission projects require the approval from the Alberta Utility Commission, and just that, you know, like I said before, we typically look at each section in isolation, just given that some funding sources cannot be transferred to other areas. I typically include this slide in any CIP discussion because it's just to highlight kind of what I've been talking about. Just helps to understand what types of projects are in each section, and then potentially the funding sources that could be used for those sections. At this point in time, one of the questions from the stimulus financing stimulus subcommittee, I'm getting the name wrong, sorry, was to look at kind of available funding. And so this is anticipated up to the end of 2021 in terms of available funding. Specifically, this is the type of funding that usually is in Section D. And we've made some assumptions in terms of the MSI and federal gas tax funding for 2021. But if you look at what's available to date, it's approximately $21 million. If you look at total funding to the end of 2021, assuming both the FGTF and MSI amounts for 2021, it's approximately $39 million. One of the other areas of request was to provide some potential projects that could be an opportunity in terms of economic stimulus. These are just projects in alphabetical order, not intended to make a political statement, just to highlight some of the projects that have been discussed in the past or have been considered by council in one form or another, whether that's included in the previous CIP, but earmarked outside of the 4-year approval window. There's just been some discussion about various projects at City Council. So just highlighting some potential projects, knowing that these projects still need significant work in terms of shovel readiness, that we would still be at least a year out, if not longer, if council wanted to advance a project. We will be bringing forward these projects as it relates to the CIP process when that process begins. And this is just to kind of give a list of what's out there. And the structure of the CIP is intended to kind of have projects at various levels to accommodate potential opportunities that could arise. So having some planning work done in the current CIP, there's several projects in the current CIP that have planning, for example, the Indigenous Center study. And so this is just about, you know, ensuring that we've got some flexibility should opportunities arise. There's still lots of uncertainty with these projects. They would require tremendous effort in terms of scoping and just kind of more clearly defining what they actually would look like or could be. You know, and it takes at least a year, if not more, to kind of plan those kind of projects. But this is just the list that was requested from the Agenda Committee as well as the Financing Stimulus Committee. I'm going to have to find the name, sorry. And so that's just the list at this point. And now, Mayor Spearman, I'd open that up for questions.
Thank you very much. We do have questions. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you again, Ms. Pinkson, for the presentation. And as chair of that committee, I'm really not sure what it's called either. It's got a long, complicated name to it. But we are very focused, and one of the questions that arose, and I appreciate all of council certainly hearing it, and the response is in the CIP update that you provided for us, of course, you go through everything in terms of its current status. what are you, or perhaps the city managers instead, what is being done to evaluate each of these projects that are slated for 2021 or 2022 that can be moved ahead or moved around? Council is in charge of the budget. We own the budget, so you'll have to bring any sort of changes forward. But what is staff doing to look at some other low-hanging fruit opportunities of moving things around within the budget?
Councillor Kaufman, so there's been lots of discussions because of the way the CIP is structured in terms of that the current CIP is approved over a four-year window, 2018 to 2021. There is that flexibility in terms of advancing. And so that's certainly something that the directors and project managers and senior management team look at in terms of what can be advanced. And so at this point, what is described in terms of the summary is where we're at, and we'll continue to kind of look at that going forward in terms of opportunities within the four-year window that could provide with some flexibility.
Excellent, thank you. City Manager.
I don't know if the Director of Infrastructure cares to comment. There are very few projects on there. There are a number, and Haley listed them, that have not started. But the majority of them seem to be in the utility space or road construction, road work. I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything, Doug, about the potential to pull some of that work forward or not.
I think it'd be safe to say that in general, the things that aren't started they're still in early stages. So to the extent that we could try to turn something on and make it construction ready in less than 12 months, that would be problematic, just given the normal course of planning, design, and tendering associated with the complexity of these projects at this particular time. We're hypersensitive to the offsite funded projects, insofar as we've made, in collaboration with industry, we've actually collectively delayed projects in order not to put pressure on future increases to the offsite levy, the acreage charge. So those projects have, through consultation, actually been agreed to park at this particular point as well. So you have a real funding constraint. Those other utility projects have a funding source. They're rate funded, they're debt financed, but they are complex and they aren't typically in something that could be easily advanced at this stage. And some have some regulatory requirements attached to them as well.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask about the regulatory requirements. I like the format of this. I like the format of this presentation and the way this document is put together, but that would be something I'd like a little checkbox in the future, certainly. And kudos on the offsites on stopping those projects as well. I think that's very important for our community right now. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Carlson.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you again to Ms. Pinkson, if I can. Ms. Pinkson, thank you for the information. Once again, slide 11, I think it is, about the opportunity slide. And I think that's what Councillor Kaufman, sorry, Deputy Mayor Kaufman was talking about as well. Are we running these through any sort of review or critique to see what could be the biggest bang for the buck to our local economy? And by that I mean, we could look at on these, and there are some projects that could be $10 million projects that may or may not hugely impact the local economy, but there could be smaller $500,000 one-offs here and there that could more quickly keep people employed and active. Have we done that, or is that a possibility?
I'll defer to Haley here in a second. We have had a number of conversations about trying to find exactly those types of projects. Councillor Carlson, when I look at that list, most of those are not in that space, things that can happen quickly, particularly for the reasons that Haley mentioned around the requirement for design work and the fact that most of those based on the site are 12 months out. But we are sensitive to that, and if there are projects out there that would fit that bill, we'd certainly bring them forward. But I'll defer to Haley for any more on that.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, I think that there would just need to be some further investigation into what the potential for these would look like. Again, this is just a list of projects that have been either brought forward to council or discussed at council in the past, and we would need to kind of do a little bit more digging in terms of if there's specific ones that council wanted to bring forward.
Thank you. I just appreciate any information, pardon me, on anything that could get going speedily and have a local impact. So if any of that information come forward, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Looking at the same slide, opportunity potential projects, I see Yates Enhancement at the bottom. We've just completed a significant renovation at the Yates. What further needs to be done at the Yates?
Mayor Spearman, in the last CIP there was 2 projects. One was the Yates renewal and one was the Yates enhancement. And then there was some funding received from another level of government, grant funding received from another level of government, and a portion of the enhancement was brought into the renewal project. So this is the remainder of what those 2 projects were intending to adjust at the community. So at the Yates. I just included it because I wasn't selecting one versus the other. So this was just on the list in the CIP in terms of future projects potentially. And so it's just a breakdown of what was there before.
Fair enough, thank you. The 21,400,000 on the preceding slide, that's funding available for capital projects from grant sources and reserves at the moment. Is that fully correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor Spearman.
Any additional funding would require borrowing by the city?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from council? I see none, so we'll deal with the resolution. I have a resolution from Councillor Morrow. Capital Improvement Program, CIP 2018 to 2027 project update. Be it resolved that City Council receive this report and presentation as information, and further be it resolved that Ms. Pinkson be thanked for her presentation. Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's no one in the queue for debate, I'll call for the question.
Okay. I'll just say again, thank you very much for this very timely report. Question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? There are none. Thank you. I now have an official business resolution from Councillor Carlson. Reduction in corporate expenses. Whereas the Finance Committee will be reviewing the operating budget in the week of November 23rd, 2020, and whereas COVID-19 has had a negative impact on the fiscal capacity of the corporation, and whereas the residents and businesses sector, for-profit and not-for-profit in our community, are also experiencing negative financial impacts from the pandemic. And whereas City Council, through its Recovery Committee work, is striving to ensure that the City Corporation creates sufficient fiscal flexibility to respond to a rapidly evolving and uncertain fiscal environment. And whereas the recent operational reviews have indicated some possible reductions to corporate expenses, therefore, be it resolved that the City Manager investigate and report back to Council through Finance Committee at the November 23rd, 2020 meeting, ways and means to enact a corporate-wide expense reduction on the following 2 options. And these options would include boards, commissions, and committees. 1, 5% overall reduction in corporate expenses, and 2, a 10% overall reduction in corporate expenses. Again, moved by Councillor Carlson. Councillor Carlson, would you like to open?
Certainly, Mayor Sturman. I'll probably ask if there's any questions of my colleagues first. I'll lead off through you, if I can, to the city manager. Had a brief discussion with Ms. Pinkson. It's implicit in my understanding of this resolution that this resolution would include any municipally funded boards and commissions. I'm curious, I know the mayor mentioned it, but I'm wondering if we need to make that explicit.
It's now in the resolution as it's displayed here, Councillor Carlson.
Oh, I must have an old one.
Yeah, the language that's been added says including the boards, commissions, and committees. I think it was just added.
Perfect. Thank you. Mine wasn't updated online, so thank you for that. And first of all, I'll ask Mayor Sturman if there's any questions from my colleagues.
There are questions. Start with Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to Councillor Carlson as well for bringing this forward. A question to the city manager or designate. Of course, any reduction in expense usually relates to service levels. Does this motion also give us the opportunity then at some point to look at service levels corporate-wide to have that conversation about what it is that we're delivering to community?
Yes, for us to go forward and do this work, we would have to look at service levels hand in hand with this effort.
Excellent, thank you. Second question, recognizing that bring it forward to Finance Committee at November 23rd, also recognizing we're fast approaching July 1st, is there an opportunity to get this to Council before November 23rd, so at least we have the opportunity to start pondering before we enter a budget deliberation? Now, if we can get it a week or two in advance, I'm not looking at it for July 30th, unless you can. I'm assuming you can't. I'm seeing Ms. Pinkson shake her head vehemently no. So I'm just wondering if it's possible, and the motion doesn't have to change, but I'm just wondering if it's possible to get this to Council at the earliest possible convenience, so at least we've got the soap time before we get into budget deliberation, if that's possible.
I might recommend that I believe we're coming to Council in a couple of weeks to lay out our proposal for that budget review process. And so by that time, we could speak to this and when we think it might be able to be done, if that works.
That'd be excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. My question to the city manager, Mr. Dalton, is our senior leadership team under your direction is currently reviewing the response to the first phase of the operational reviews, and the second phase of the operational reviews is imminent. Do you see this resolution as being additional work, or will it be part of your response to the operational reviews in terms of potential savings that could be achieved?
Your Worship, I think this work will supplement the operational review work, and I know that some teams in the organization have already taken the steps to incorporate work like this into reviewing individual operational review recommendations. So the short answer is I think they go hand in hand, and this would supplement the operational review work.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from Council? I see none, so we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just appreciate my colleagues' questions, as well as the consideration of this official business resolution at this time. I think it's fitting that it came as we got our updates on our operating forecast. I think it's no surprise to anyone around this table or in our community that COVID has had an impact across our society. We're still trying to come to terms with what that will mean going forward, but I think it's best to have as much information and possible strategies going forward, especially as we open our budget this November and do some reviews. I want to be plain and clear that this is not a panic resolution. It's not the sky is falling resolution. It's basically a request for information and some guidance. When we head into budget in November, the end of November, we will likely have much better information of what the impacts of this pandemic and other effects have been on the corporation and on our community. I think at that time, rather than being in a vacuum with council attempting to try to find ways to restrain costs or make some reductions, I think it's just better to go forward with finding out the information now of how we could approach things, because we know there are going to be challenges and there's going to be some tough questions from council and some tough decisions of council this November. I think it's better to do the planning, to do the research, to explore the possibilities now. I put forward two possibilities. One is a 5% and one is a 10%. Obviously, if the city manager comes across a way to reduce things by 20% or more, that'd be great as well. But I just think that these will give us some options and some topics to think about as we head into budget this November. So I'm hopefully that this isn't going to be too strenuous on the city manager and his team to go through and discover this. I'm pleased to hear that certain business units and our operations are already doing this work. I really applaud those folks who are being proactive. But I do think it's important for council to have this information this November, so I'm asking for my colleagues' support.
Okay, thank you. And for debate, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing this forward. This is definitely the types of conversations that I was hoping to start when I brought forward the motion to reopen the budget this November. And this, of course, will be connected to the ideas being brought forward by the Recovery Committee. Recovery, I believe, is going to take longer and be more difficult than people are thinking at this point. And we absolutely have to have some financial flexibility to ensure not only can we do essential city operations, but we can support residents and businesses. We can strategically invest in what we need to move ahead properly. And so this will give us the options and give us some information. The work being done by the city manager, if this resolution is passed, will provide invaluable information for council, but it'll also start a conversation with the public, because 5-10% cuts are going to affect service level, as was said, and we need to actually have people part of the conversation about what will be affected. Open and effective government is meeting tomorrow. The committee is meeting tomorrow, and we will be looking at ways to involve the public in conversations around opening the budget in November. And if this is if this resolution passes, certainly that will be a conversation as well, is how to involve people in any service changes that might happen. People have to remember when we're looking at 5 and 10% cuts, please don't just suggest cuts that will be everything you don't want in life, but it'll be affecting things that you actually are involved in. The fortunate thing is we have here at the city incredibly smart, savvy, devoted staff working. I'm sure some of them, as soon as this comes out, if they're not already working on it, will come up with ideas, efficiencies, areas that we can work in. I'm associated with an organization that actually had its funding cut 60% since May 2019. And it was initially like, there's a bit of panic, there's a bit of worry, but over time, it allowed us an opportunity to redevelop, to find new and better ways to do our work. And I think this resolution will be similar, this sort of exercise. It won't be without its frustrations, but it's necessary. And I can't wait to see what staff bring forward to us in November if this resolution passes. So I will, of course, be supporting this.
I too will support the resolution. I think it's important to be thoughtful, to identify what the impact of any potential cuts will be, and that we have a full understanding of that and have that conversation with the community. So this provides some signposts, if you like, or targets. So what would happen if it was a 5% cut? What would happen if it was a 10% cut? How would services be impacted? And how could we offset some of the negative impacts? So I think it's an exercise that we need to do, and I certainly thank Councillor Carlson for bringing forward this resolution. Do any other members of council wish to comment? I see none. I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think the through thread I heard from my colleagues was that we do need to be thoughtful. And I think starting now, it gives us the opportunity to take that time to be thoughtful and see how we could perhaps reduce some expenses in case that flexibility is necessary. Once again, this situation is evolving. We are in a very uncertain environment, not just our health environment, but our fiscal, our budget environment. I look forward to the city manager bringing back some good thoughts while working with his staff and his teams and presenting those ideas to council in November. So with that, I'll just ask for my colleagues' support and call for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are there any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, item 4.3. Emergency Management COVID-19 update. I'll ask our city manager and the Director of Emergency Management, Mr. Luke Palmer, to provide us with an update at this time. Mr. Dalton?
The only point I'll make today is related to transit. It remains the last service that we're still not in a position to describe how we're going to go forward and return to normal operations on. I'm still waiting for some guidance in that regard, but we are working at pushing out communications on transit to the public to keep talking about where we are and giving folks at least a week's worth of advance notice before we resume normal operations. That's it from me. I'll defer to Luke.
Afternoon. Thank you for having me, and much on the same lines as the city manager's update. Much of our effort is focused on the recovery at this time. And Councillor Carlson put it in a very nice way in the last presentation. This is going to be very long term, and that's how we're looking at it. I'd say we're probably still in the short-term recovery phase and won't see our long-term recovery where we start building back better until probably about stage 3 or so. So actively monitoring that, making sure that we can equip our business units to come back strong and provide services to the community, and at the same time making it as clear and consistent as possible with an ever-changing environment at the provincial level. We are also working on our after-action reporting. Given the complexities of the incident, we've decided to put that into 3 different levels that will be shared with everybody at some point here very shortly, and it's going to include, under the advisement of the city manager, both city council and the community as well, so we can make sure that everything is captured, so if we end up coming back for a second wave or in future pandemics, we are better equipped as a city to respond adequately. Our messaging is very consistent with the province. We are still encouraging everyone to adhere to all public health orders that are in place. They are all still actively in place, and physical distancing is still the #1 recommendation of the province. Additionally, everyone is able to go get testing, and the province is still encouraging those who have not yet to get tested, or if you want to create a regime where you're going once a week or twice a week, it is beneficial to you to do so. We're also looking at having a meeting tomorrow with our Emergency Coordination Center team to see what a reduced service level will look like from that end of things, as well as maybe a full demobilization, having everybody on standby mode. So I'm hoping we'll have more details on that after the meeting tomorrow. That is everything from our end of things. We're open for questions.
Are there any questions from council? Councillor Higgin?
I do have one question. I'm getting quite a few calls, obviously, from, as you mentioned, from the sports groups, the hockey groups, for example, is one big one, as well as baseball, softball, ballet, etc. Now, we're taking the information, obviously, from the province and passing it along. So it's not that we're changing anything from a city level, and I've confirmed that to him, and I just want to make sure that publicly I do ask that we are listening to the advice from the professionals on a provincial level and passing them along here. Is that correct?
That is correct. We get all our guidance from the province, and then we will adapt our plans, or agencies are expected to adapt their plans to meet those. And it is changing, so we understand that there are some gaps there, but again, we're just kind of pushing it out as we receive it as well.
Thank you very much for that.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager, you mentioned briefly, you talked about transit. I guess I really wasn't aware of how detailed this transit system that we have in place now is working, but people have now been starting to complain where they haven't in the past. So I think it's maybe because they're anticipating, getting back to normal routes. But a couple of things that I need to ask you. They were saying that the way the system is now, it takes like up to 90 minutes to get from point A to point B, point number one. Point number two, if two people are at the same stop waiting for a bus, they've made the appointment, they followed the proper process, they get on the bus, one of them is going to north end of Lethbridge, and they catch it on the west side, and another person at the same stop is going to the south end of Lethbridge. My understanding is that bus will actually take them both, one to the north side and one to the south side. So I don't know if that's being efficient or not. And apparently what I'm hearing from the community is that any attempt that they've made to call and discuss these issues, it seems that transit is digging in their heels, and they're starting to give the impression that this system might be the way we're going to consider moving forward with transit. So that's a concern. I don't know if you've heard those concerns. And then the other portion of that part is that the calls that are going to 311, when 311 seems to be working with transit, there seems to be some roadblocks. So can you maybe talk a little bit about that? And if not, later would be fine as well.
Thanks, Councilor Moore. If I could, I'll look into those and get back to you. I haven't heard specifically those things.
I guess just to follow up on that in a gentle way, and that is there ongoing consultation with transit users to get their feedback? Is there a process established for ongoing? I'm hearing from people who rely on transit to get to their place of employment, for example. They have no other means of transportation, and so transit is key to them. A regular pickup for their regular shift schedules and things like that. So do we have a process for getting regular feedback from people who rely on transit?
I'll have to look into whether or not transit has put in place anything specifically related to the reduced service as a result of COVID. But similar to Councilor Morrow's question around 311, I'll follow up there as well, because we should be, to the acting Dem's point, as part of the lessons learned here, if we find ourselves back in this kind of a situation in the future, we should be learning from customers and clients about what works and what doesn't. So I'll make sure that those things are being looked at.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, did you have another question?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry I forgot, and I just looked at my notes. It was also mentioned to me that unless you make an appointment, you can't get on the bus. Even if the bus is sitting idle and you are actually there and there's nobody on the bus and you want to get on, they won't allow you on. So I thought, okay, that doesn't sound right. I tried it myself. And there was a bus that was stopped idling, and I tried to get on and they would not let me on. So these are some of the frustrations that I'm hoping between 311 and transit, somehow the public knows really where we're at and where we're going. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Palmer. So I think sometimes when the province announces a change, and whether we move, as we moved into phase 2, suddenly certain services, the province says it's okay to go ahead with that service. But what that really is a signal to municipalities when they're administered by municipalities. The day that it's announced doesn't mean that's the day we're ready to go, right? So if we're providing, if they say that recreational services can go ahead, that swimming pools can open, that doesn't mean that we can open the next day. We have certain processes that have to be put in place and certain communications that have to be put in place in order to keep the public safe. Can you maybe elaborate on some of those things where the province says it's okay, this type of thing's acceptable, but we're not quite ready at the city of Lethbridge? That might be the first time we've heard it, right? Is that?
Certainly. And I think it's really good that the province has chosen to describe these documents as guidance, because that's very much what they are. They will prescribe a date where activities are permissible but it doesn't make it mandatory. They'll have the requirements that need to be in place first, and it's on the onus of the operator or the facility to make sure they're all in place before opening. There has been issues across the province that have been reported to HS, so they are being cognizant of those as well.
So we have to respond responsibly to keep the public safe. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from council? I see none, so thank our presenters. I'll ask Mr. Palmer to take a seat in the audience while we deal with the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Parker. COVID-19 update. Be it resolved that Council receive this presentation as information, and further be it resolved that Mr. Dalton and Luke Palmer be thanked for their presentation. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I want to actually add a few more people on that, just verbally in thanking. I also want to thank people like Mr. Chief Rathwell, Mr. Greg Adair. Those are the people that have also been updating us going out throughout March when this all started, as well as our past city manager, Jody Melly. They've been there to answer numerous questions for us, the questions that the community has. A lot of these discussions have been behind the scenes, but we've been able to get the answers out to the public and all that. And I know we're on a long road still, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel. So it's just not a matter of the presentation today, but the individuals that are a part of it today. So Mr. Dalton as well, to all the staff behind the scenes as well, because I know they do a lot of work in answering our questions and facilitating a lot of the issues in our community as we go through this process with COVID-19. So I just call the question.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. Okay, it's about 2:50, not quite 2:55. Did council want to take a break at this point or keep going? Keep going? Yeah. Okay, we'll do another presentation. We'll invite Kathleen Shepard forward, the Executive Director of Environment Lethbridge, to present on, this is the annual report from Environment Lethbridge. So, welcome, Ms. Shepard.
Hello, thank you for having me. As you said, I am here to present Environment Lethbridge's 2019 report. So from approximately 100 years ago, we did some of this work. But if I could have the first slide, please. So I want to start with some of our program highlights, starting with our Small Business Energy Efficiency Program. This is a program that we launched as a pilot in 2017, and we're able to roll out as a full program at the beginning of April in 2019. And so basically through this program, we connected with small businesses throughout the city. So these were businesses that we defined as having around 10 or fewer employees. And we identified this group because this is a group that typically does not have in-house capacity to address energy efficiency and other sustainability concerns. And so we wanted to be able to provide assistance to those businesses to help them become more energy efficient. So over the course of 12 months, we connected with 48 different businesses, and each of them received a baseline assessment about what their current practices were. They helped put together an action plan to identify key areas where they could improve. And of those 46, 26 of them, we developed a business certification. 26 of them were able to complete enough actions to be able to receive one of the 5 levels that we offered through that. Reuse Rendezvous, of course, one of our long-standing public events. We ran 2 editions of Reuse Rendezvous in 2019, a spring and a fall. The spring event had just over 400 registrations, and the fall event had nearly 500 households participating. And for each of those events, we get over 200 visitors who hit our website looking for the map of locations to go and take different items. We do our best to try and get a ballpark figure for the number of items that are diverted from the landfill. It is a ballpark. It's based on surveys of households remembering what they gave away, but those numbers do go up for us every year through that survey. Next slide. The climate conversations, this was a new project that we hosted. We really wanted to look at areas around climate adaptation and resiliency in Lethbridge. So we pulled together 12 different focus groups throughout the city, and so this included everything from emergency services to food security, buildings and infrastructure, a range of different components, kind of getting an initial assessment of where things are at in the city. We're just in the process of compiling and editing that document, so we will make that available both to the public and to yourselves. It is fairly extensive. I think it's about 120 pages of information that was gained through those focus groups. And then the final program highlight is the Southern Alberta Renewable Energy Cooperative. This is an independent incorporated cooperative that we launched and have been incubating for the past year, basically to provide opportunities for residents to invest in small and mid-sized renewable energy projects in the region. So these are projects that are bigger than a backyard solar installation, that have a financial return, where investors who have $1,000, $10,000, $20,000 that they're looking to invest can use this as a vehicle to have that investment go into local renewable energy projects. Next slide. Just a little bit on our community engagement. This is looking at 2017-18 versus 2018-19. And so a bunch of different numbers here. The ones that are most important to me are actually the smallest number on the screen under programs. These are individuals, businesses, what have you, who have actually committed to taking action to become more sustainable. So these are the people who register for Reuse Rendezvous. These are the small businesses in the small business program. These are the participants in the Green Challenge who are actually taking concrete steps to improve their sustainability. And so even though those numbers are small, they do go up every year, and so we really look to that as the barometer for the different programs. Next slide. Just to touch on financial information, so 2018-19, we did have a very good year with some significant provincial grant funding. Unfortunately, those funding streams are no longer available to us with the change in the provincial government. We have been able to access some federal funding streams for this current year, which is 2019-20, but certainly that has not been as robust as it has been in the past, unfortunately. Final slide. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Ms. Shepherd. Looking at your financials, it looks pretty healthy. So you had a $300,000 surplus last year?
That was just the way the grant money came in. The grants from the province were front-loaded, so they came in the previous fiscal year, and then we spent them out through 2019-20. If that makes sense.
So, okay, so that's, you just did your accounting that way, so really it was all expended the following
That's
year?
right, that's right.
Okay. Instead of carried forward?
Yeah.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you for the presentation. So 19-20, when is the year end?
Ours is July 31st, which is a little out of sync with the city, so.
You don't have any information to date, because it would be, I guess, almost a year, I guess.
That's right, yeah. I didn't put that in this report. I can,
Okay, no,
yeah.
that's all right. I was just wondering when that year end is and,
Sure,
and how that.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shepherd, how has COVID-19 affected Environment Lethbridge and your impact on the community in terms of education? Has it been an opportunity or a liability, or what has been the overall impact, or are there specific things you'd like to talk about?
Sure. I mean, I think challenge is probably the going word. We were forced to cancel some of our spring events. So we canceled CD Saturday, which is usually the end of March. We canceled our Spring Reuse Rendezvous, which is the end of April, beginning of May. We were able to put our Environment Week activities online, and actually I was surprised. I felt that was more successful than I was worried it might be. We had good attendance. We did online workshops and Q&A sessions and webinars and that kind of thing, and had some good participation in those. And then we had a number of other online self-guided activities as well. So I think one of the learnings from that is that going forward, I think there is an opportunity to include an online video engagement for people, in addition to hopefully being able to offer in person again at some point in the future. And now going forward, we're sort of looking at what are the ways we can bring additional things online for people, because you know, it's extremely challenging to be doing a number of the different programs that we were doing before. So we're certainly looking at that and doing some planning for that. But yeah, it hasn't been business as usual by any stretch of the imagination.
Of course, we have your organization, which City Council has funded, and within the city we have a number of environmental initiatives, such as our curbside recycling and other educational programs. Are there additional ways that we could collaborate between Environment Lethbridge and the City of Lethbridge? Are there things we could do in terms of education, programs, mutual support? What types of things would those be?
I think we have, we've been really lucky in being able to collaborate both with the corporate sustainability team, which has been a really great addition to the city. Also, waste and recycling, and I know the new person who's in charge of the education component at waste and recycling has been there just under a year now, but she's part of our waste and recycling committee, and I think as she's starting to sort of figure out what types of things she wants to do, there's some good partnership opportunities there. So we're always looking for those ways to collaborate for sure. You know, I think one of the big things that we've been able to do in the past, and I think in the future, is sort of that sharing information in different ways. You know, there's information that Environment Lethbridge can put out to the public perhaps in an easier way than the city can, and vice versa is true as well. And so trying to find those ways and take advantage of them.
Are there some best practices that some of your members employ that could be shared with the community? And let's say programs the City of Lethbridge doesn't have, but people are doing things which are seen to be beneficial to the environment. But if so, which ones would be high priorities from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we hear about a lot is people searching for solutions to drop off difficult to recycle items, and some of those solutions are available in the community. Different businesses, you know, London Drugs is the outstanding example in that regard, where they take a number of different items for recycling. We get lots of requests for things like toxic roundups and those kind of things, where the city provides those services at the Waste and Recycling Center, but they're not necessarily as convenient as they could be for the average resident.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? I see none, so we'll ask you to take a seat in the audience while we deal with the resolution. I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. Environment Lethbridge report to City Council. Be it resolved that City Council receive this report and presentation as information, and further be it resolved that Kathleen Shepherd be thanked for the presentation. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to once again to stress, thank you, Ms. Shepherd, for providing the update to Council. Also, thank you for all the work Environment Lethbridge does throughout the community, as well as the various boards and commissions and councils, I guess, I sit on, where we do see you providing information to us and through the community at each of those. So I do appreciate that. And with that, I'll call for the vote, unless there's anything further.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. We have one more presentation. With permission from council, we'll do that presentation and then take a break. So I'll ask Mr. Doug Kaup to come forward and present to us on lead pipes. Lead Water Service Line Action Plan. Welcome, Mr. Kaup.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the objective today is to bring council up to speed on what we're planning on doing in the short term here in regards to the lead water service lines. And first slide. Thanks. So just as a background, a year ago, a little more than a year ago, in March of last year, Health Canada published a new lead limit in their guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality. And there are two changes from the previous guideline, the previous limit that was established in 1992. The first is that the maximum acceptable concentration for lead has been lowered to 5 from 10. And this is an aggressive limit that Health Canada has taken in the global context. The World Health Organization has a limit of 10, which is what Canada had matched up until this point. And just as comparison, the US EPA still has an action limit of 15 micrograms per liter. But for most, including the city of Lethbridge, the second change is of more significance, and that is that the point of compliance for lead is now at the customer's tap and no longer in the distribution system or at the property line. So historically, we've been, in order to comply with the limits, we just had to be within those limits in the street and not in the house. And that's never been a problem. The content of the lead in water leaving the treatment plant is less than 0.1 micrograms, and we rarely see numbers in the distribution system as high as 1. Next slide. So last summer, Alberta Environment and Parks issued a guidance document that helps outline what actions we should take to comply with this regulation. Now, typically, the federal guidelines have to be adopted at the provincial level to take force. The quality of drinking water is in provincial jurisdiction, and typically Alberta swiftly adopts any federal limits. There's many cases where Health Canada will change a limit, and the province of Alberta will enforce it immediately. In the case of lead, however, the province adopted the new limits in January of this year and have given 5 years for compliance. So there's, in recognition of the challenge at hand, they've provided us guidance on how to get there within that 5 years they've given. The next slide. So with a little more detail, some of the outcomes that Alberta Environment is looking for in phase 1 is this, for us to have a water quality monitoring program for lead, to have timely communication with customers, and to either provide or incentivize point-of-use filters for interim periods of time where needed, to initiate or continue the physical removal of lead services. And there's also a requirement for us to report on an annual basis when we do our annual reports in February with regards to the previous year. We'll now have to provide them with information about, specific information about our lead program. Next slide. Yeah, phase 2 is, so this goes after, from 2022 to 2024 is the phase 2 piece. And so what the province expects us to do is characterize the sources of lead within our system. Again, ongoing replacement of lead service lines and provision of filters and communication with the customers. The last 2 bullets will still require some additional guidance from the province before we can take those steps. Sometime next year, early next year, we expect to have that information on how they want to see us evaluate the corrosivity of the water and assess lead control options at the treatment plant. Okay, next slide. So how big is the issue here in Lethbridge? And fortunately for all of us here in the community as well as, you know, relative to other larger cities, older cities, the issue of lead services in Lethbridge is of a manageable scale. According to our records, we have 94 properties in the city that our records show lead service lines. There's another 110 that we've tagged as suspected, and really this is a shortcoming of our records. These are properties that are of such a vintage that they may be lead, but we have the material, the pipe material is missing from those records. But all in all, we're out of the 34,000 properties within the city. You know, the scale of the issue is in the neighborhood of between 1/4 and 0.6%. So it's you may see in the media other communities with much larger issues like Toronto or Montreal. So this slide here shows you that we have a plan. You don't have to read it all in really what the main steps here are that we're going to communicate, next bullet here, communicate with those affected, and we intend to sample and test their water, and then we're going to communicate again what the results of those are. We're also going to plan to do some field verification of those materials, and I'll explain what that looks like in a moment, and then communicate again. So there's lots of communication. So we're on slide 8 now. Our plan in a nutshell is the regulatory guidelines for a community of our size expects us to sample at least 100 properties. And so rather than select, which ones out of those that we know and suspect to do the sampling, we're going to do them all. So the nearly 200 properties that our records show or that we suspect have lead services will be sampled and tested this summer before September 30th this year. And we'll also provide them with point-of-use filters. So what the process is, they'll receive a letter that says our records suggests that you may have a lead service, call 311 to make an appointment for us to take a sample. Then we'll dispatch people to collect that 1 liter sample, and before we leave, we'll provide them with a point of use filter, a Brita filter that is specific to reduce lead, and so before they even have the results from the tests, they'll be able to take measures in the interim rather than wait the 2-3 weeks it takes for us to get back to them. We'll also be characterizing the system at large, so there's a number of periods of time where lead services were not installed, but the lead solder that was used to assemble copper piping, the lead had, or the solder had lead content, and that was phased out over time. So there's a number of periods of time that we're going to get representative samples throughout the community, so we'll know what is going on in newer homes and those without lead services. Our plan is to accelerate lead service line replacements. Now, one of the reasons why there are only 200 properties within Lethbridge that have lead services is that for the last 40, 50 years, whenever we encounter, the water utility encountered a lead service, we dealt with it. So if in the course of repairing a water main break or replacing the pipe in the street, we encountered a lead service, we didn't just backfill and carry on. We removed that lead service. But our plan is that within the next 18 months or so, next year and a half, that we plan to replace as many as 200 services within the community. And the estimated cost of that, if there's only 100 of them, it's going to be less than $1 million. If it's the full 200 that we suspect, it'll be close to $1.7 million by the time we're done with all this sampling and replacing the pipe. As in this submission, I've identified 2 projects that from the previous CIP cycle, that's the 20 work that was done between 2014 and 2017, where there is money still in those accounts that can be redirected to this effort. Next slide. So this is a graphic to show you, we have the water main in the street, and then the service runs to the house, into the basement to the water meter. There are 2 parts to that water service. There's the public side, which is in the road right away, and then the private side, which is responsibility of the homeowner. And historically, if we had encountered a lead service during a water main renewal, we would have informed the owner that they had a lead pipe and that there was an opportunity for that to be replaced. However, at that time, it would have been at their cost and their option. And so we will encounter examples within those 200 properties where the section in the street has been replaced some time ago, but the portion on the homeowner's property is still lead. And there may also be examples once we do the field verifications of places where the homeowner may have replaced their half because of building a new home on the property, and the city portion remained lead for some reason. So the next 2 bullets, please. Yeah. So the intent here is we will replace all of the lead services in both the road right-of-way and on private property. So at this point, the program will be to do those replacements free of charge to those homeowners. So we're not going to be knocking on the door telling them that there's an issue at their house and that it's going to cost them $4,000 or $5,000 to fix. It's our intent to use that CIP money from previous cycle to totally get the lead out of our community by January 1st, 2022. So what happens after 2022 when we have all the lead services removed? We'll continue with the remaining portions of the guidance from the province. We'll evaluate water corrosivity, and so as in the spectrum of corrosive and non-corrosive, City of Lethbridge water, for those that hadn't noticed, is more prone to scale than to dissolve. So it's hard water. It's not that corrosive, and so our expectation is that what we'll discover is that it's it's in good shape. But until we do that assessment on what happens once we have all the lead services out and the only sources of lead are older fixtures like taps and the solder in plumbing, that we'll be assessing whether that's still a concern. And if it is, then we'll be looking at corrosion control measures at the treatment plant. So there are things we can do to, chemicals we can add to the water to reduce that corrosivity, to make the water less prone to dissolve any lead that it encounters, whether it's in brass or in solder. But we know that the most significant source of lead within our community is those pipes, and so the plan is to aggressively replace all of those lead services. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Kaup? Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Kaup, for the presentation, for the information. This is available then to all residents within the City of Lethbridge. Is this going to be extended to businesses as well, or is this a residential program only?
Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor, if we verify or discover a lead service on a commercial property, it will also be replaced.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Any further questions? Councilor Morrow?
Thank you. Is this your little diagram where you showed the city's portion and then private property? Does the homeowner must do this?
Your Worship, to Alderman Moreau, no, they own that pipe, and if they don't want me to replace it for free, they can keep it.
Okay, no, so you will replace them for free for a certain time period, or?
For the next 2 years, yes. But if they want to, like, what the program looks like in communities like Edmonton that it's going to take more than, could take a decade to replace all the lead, you continue to communicate. So if when the program's done and there's 5 people that really love their lead pipe and they want to keep it, we will continue to send them a letter every year to remind them that they have a lead pipe. And if someone else gets that letter because the house is sold, they'll know to do something rather than set them up.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelp. Basically, this is the good news story, that we have minimal lead in our system in Lethbridge, and there's a plan to take care of it. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you.
It's a small, manageable problem, and we intend to manage it.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we'll thank Mr. Kelp for his presentation, ask him to take a seat in the audience, and we'll deal with the resolution. So I have a resolution from Councillor Croson. Lead Water Service Line Action Plan. Be it resolved that City Council receive this report and presentation as information, and further be it resolved that City Council authorize the Lead Water Service Action Plan project with funding from operations and identified water utility CIP surpluses, and further be it resolved that Mr. Doug Kelp be thanked for the presentation. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for this presentation and for the work you're doing on this. As was noted, this is affecting small numbers of households, and there's no evidence of lead poisoning. But I think most of my colleagues would know, most of the public will know, the incredible danger lead can pose, particularly to children and pregnant women. In children, it can damage nervous systems, lower IQ, impair hearing, slow growth, and anemia, and cause anemia and other other issues as well. So it is good that we are getting rid of this because it will help make a better community. This is being done to ensure we are compliant and also to ensure the complete safety of our community. As noted, funding sources are identified, and this will not only be taking place on city property but on private property as well. And so I hope all the residents will take advantage of this and remove the lead from our pipes. And unless there's any questions or debate, I will call the vote.
Okay, any questions? I see none. Any debate? I see none. Question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? There are none. Thank you. It's now 3:28. If we can take a break at this point. Return in what needs 7 minutes? Does that work? 3:35. Okay, thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign. At the tone, please state your name followed by the number sign.
City of Lethbridge Council.
Thank you. Announcing participant.
City of Lethbridge Council.
Hello, Alina Turner here.
Excellent.
Hello,
Dr.
Chantal
Turner, we
Hastings.
have you on the line. We are in a recess right now. We will mute you,
Perfect.
and I will engage the line again here in a few moments.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We'll now move on to agenda item 5.1. It's a submission, the Lethbridge Substance Use Discussion Paper. Can I have the resolution, please? No. I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell. Lethbridge Substance Use Discussion Paper. Be it resolved that City Council receive this report as information. We have Martin Thompson here with us to answer questions, and Dr. Alina Turner is on the line to also answer any questions that Council has. Councillor Campbell?
Well, as you will recall, Lethbridge City Council passed a resolution on September 16th to hire a qualified researcher to use existing data and literature to develop a discussion paper on addiction, substance abuse, and SES trends locally with an overview of intervention options. We're supposed to get this back on March 31st, but this COVID thing hit, and so it is being presented now. And City Council expressed the following in the report to bring this forward, that Lethbridge is suffering from an illegal and illicit drug crisis. Our community is struggling to find solutions to the issue, and understanding the roots of an issue helps one to develop the solutions. So this discussion paper is here, it's complete, hopefully to assist with the substance abuse issue within our community. And again, we have the appropriate people here to answer any questions. I'll open it up to any questions that people may have.
I'm not sure whether it be Mr. Thompson or Dr. Turner, but as we read this report, substance abuse in the city of Lethbridge and in the region, this is a process that's been taking place over, it originated 20 years ago, and so it's been growing since. Part of this has been prescription issues from physicians and the availability of opioid medication. So that situation in Lethbridge is no different from what's being reported across North America. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It's Alina here. And hello, everybody. Thanks for having us and accommodating us joining from a distance. So absolutely, Lethbridge has a lot in common with trends that are occurring globally. What we try to get into is what exactly is unique or particularly relevant to Lethbridge context that was the purpose of this particular piece of work.
Okay. And in particular, there are social factors that you took into account, which you've explained in further depth?
Absolutely. And the paper tries to balance the various perspectives that are already in the literature. And as you noted when you introduced the item, Mayor, the literature that was out there and the data that was out there was the primary source of information that informed this paper. So there wasn't new interviews or new data that was created. It was primarily a discussion paper using existing sources. So we looked at all the work that was out there to try to weave together something that was of use to you to synthesize all of that work.
Great. Do other councillors have questions? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for being online, Marty and Alina, to answer questions. When I look at, there aren't really recommendations in the presentation, but there are considerations. And a lot of them really, I think, would be a focus of maybe advocacy work that council can do. They're not within our jurisdiction, many of the considerations or recommendations. One that may be, or at least in the realm of perhaps the police commission or LPS itself, is the apply a community health lens for law enforcement activities. Can you explain that a little bit?
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And as you rightly note, there's a lot in there that is primarily in the provincial realm, for sure. And council would have a really important role to play in continuing your advocacy with provincial government. But on the role that police can play, and I think it's a very relevant conversation, particularly with the Black Lives Matter situation at hand. I'm sure all police forces are contending with, is how can we bring a more concerted mental health lens to police work? So where police is responding to behaviors that might be disruptive, that have something to do with somebody taking a substance or some aggression to do with mental health or substance use, is there a way that we can have police have a different approach by combining forces with mental health and social agencies? And I think you guys are already doing some of that work in Lethbridge, but is there a way to strengthen that further? And is there a way to strengthen that with an Indigenous cultural lens as well? So what can be done through a psychosocial response? What has to be done through an enforcement response would be the consideration there. Marty, you probably have some additional thoughts on this.
So thank you, Alina. Yes, Lethbridge Police, as you know, is already engaged through their PACT program, is an example of combining the police with a social worker. And then more recently, we have created, over the last 6 months, a HUOS table, or it's commonly known as a high user of the system table, where we bring together key stakeholders from the clinical health, police, EMS, and social service providers to review very high acuity complex cases to see how we can strategize together to address or problem solve for that particular person. It's been proven to be very effective in other municipalities such as Edmonton, and we're modeling that as we speak here in Lethbridge.
Yeah, and thank you for those answers. I'm wondering if this is something that that you or someone will be bringing to the Police Commission for discussion, or is that something that we could perhaps refer through our Police Commission members on the council?
We are happy to bring it forth, but would respectfully let the Police Commission or the City Manager decide on how to proceed.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe a question to our commission members, which I believe is Councillor Hagan and Mayor Spearman. Every time we do get an update from the police, we keep hearing, and I think, if I recall, it was 70% of calls to the police are not really police matters, the both of them being mental health or social issues. Mm-hmm. Is the commission examining that at all? Because it seems like this is sort of what they're taking attack in other municipalities, is saying if we fund a mental health unit that can deal with those issues, it frees up 70% of capacity in the police department. Is that something that the commission has been talking about or looking into?
I would say not at this point. I think that issue of where resources should be spent is a fairly recent one. I think we've understood in the past that police are dealing with issues that are more than policing. And the PAC team investment was a fairly recent one for City Council. It was made in the last budget. A conscious decision to fund PACT. But of course, as we know, that's one officer who's dealing with a growing caseload. We haven't specifically had a discussion about whether the police should do more or somebody else should handle these issues in lieu of the police. But that may be an issue coming to the commission in the fall.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate hearing that, because it just does seem intuitive to me that if 70% of the calls are not police issues, if we could get a different agency or a different response to those, it would be beneficial not only for the folks dealing with those, but freeing up a lot of capacity in the police department. So I'm glad to hear that it may be a discussion. I hope it will be. And if you can keep us informed, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Dr. Turner. Just a little more specifically, in my printed copy, it says page 54, but it talks about prescription rates. And there is a table and then under the table, the comment is, while the Alberta Health South Zone has higher dispensation rates from the province for prescribed opioids, these are steadily decreasing. So we had higher dispensation rates than the rest of the province, and this has created a new challenge. Because dispensation rates are decreasing, prescription opioids are becoming more difficult to obtain. There's been a migration to synthetic opioids, fentanyl and carfentanil, which are illicit drugs, which are largely responsible for the increase in overdose deaths, ED visits, and likely public safety issues. So your report is concluding that we had higher dispensation rates previously, and in the absence of those, we're having a higher illicit drug problem?
Well, there's a lot more to it than that, of course. So there's the piece about dispensation, but there's obviously a whole lot of other ways that people are able to obtain the substances that they're using. The other piece that we stressed in the report is that there's also been a rise in the use of methamphetamine. So it's not just the carfentanil and fentanyl issue. And we had, when we started this, it was all the attention was on the fentanyl piece. But I think folks in the medical community have gotten way savvier about the connection between those prescriptions and the rise in substance use with those prescriptions, and have backed off that. So the practice is to try not to prescribe if you can. That doesn't mean people can't get their hands on it regardless. However, there's also been the drive to meth, which is relatively cheap, and is really associated with some of the violent behaviors, the aggressive behaviors that are connected to social disorder calls, for instance. So our point is that we need to look at all the substances in conjunction with one another, because most of the SCS users are using meth and opioids, one or the other, or a combination.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from council? I see none. I'll ask Mr. Thompson to take a seat in the audience. And I'll thank Mr. Thompson and Dr. Turner. Now we'll deal with the resolution from Councillor Campbell, which I read previously. Councillor Campbell, would you like to?
Well, yeah, just first of all, thanks to Dr. Turner for her work and the paper that's here. It was City Council's request to develop this discussion paper to assist in addressing the substance abuse issue here within our community, which you've done here, and we're looking to move forward with this information. So unless there's any other debate, I will say I'll ask for the question.
Okay, I would just simply say thank you for the report. I see that there are 5 authors who collaborated on this report, and the resolution simply says to receive it as information. I would wonder if the mover would accept a friendly resolution, and that we thank the authors for this report.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That, any further, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Worship. Further to that, I'm wondering if and I will rely on the input from our police commission members that further this report be referred to police commission for their consideration or their information.
Okay, Councillor Higgin and I are both here. There's also members of the police commission in the audience who will take that as direction, unless council wants to formally pass a motion, but otherwise we'll take it as direction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we've heard the resolution as amended. Any further discussion, debate? All in favor? Opposed? There are none. Thank you. It's now close to 4 o'clock. We have a time-specific item. It's 3:56. Shall I go ahead with this item? Okay. You want to go 5.3? Okay. Okay, we have Resolution 5.3. It's a submission from Councillor Higgin. Quarterly Report on Municipal Government Act, Section 347 requests. Be it resolved that City Council rescind the below clause of January 21st, 2019 on item 6.1, repeal City Council Policy CC 43, tax cancellation and refund policy as rescinding the below clause. Further be it resolved that the city manager present to City Council any request to cancel or reduce tax arrears, cancel or refund all or part of a tax, or defer the collection of a tax in the form of a quarterly report, and replacing it with the following clause. Further be it resolved that the city manager present to City Council any request to cancel or reduce tax arrears, cancel or refund all or part of a tax, or defer the collection of a tax on an individual basis as they occur. And Councillor Higgin?
Exactly what I was going to read, and so I take it that everybody has went through that resolution, and if there's any questions, all of them directed to city manager. If they can come to me, I'll pass them on to him. And if not,
basically, it's a housekeeping motion, right?
Housekeeping motion, absolutely.
Any questions from council? Any debate? I see none.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I hear none. Thank you. Okay, now it's 4 o'clock. I have another resolution from Councillor Higgin on behalf of as a representative of the Police Commission, Personnel Matter Number 1, which is appointment of Police Chief. Whereas the Lethbridge Police Commission has concluded their search for a new Chief of Police and selected a candidate, and whereas the Lethbridge Police Commission has selected Shahin Medizadeh as Chief of Police, whereas the Lethbridge Police Commission has requested City Council ratification of the selection pursuant to Section 36(1.1) of the Province of Alberta Police Act, therefore be it resolved, the appointment of Shahin Medizadeh be ratified as Chief of Police effective August 31st, 2020, and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to enter into an employment agreement with Shahin Medizadeh, and further be it resolved that Council direct the closed meeting discussions with respect to Personnel Matter Number 1 remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, 19, confidential evaluations, 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So that is the resolution. Councillor Higgin will speak to it. We also have Police Commission Chair Simon Griffiths in the audience with us, and we have Commissioner Donna Kozlovi in the audience. Please go ahead, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This was a process that has been taking a few months, and we're really excited for this opportunity for the Commission to bring forward the name of Shaheen Madizada as the new Chief of Police for Lethbridge. And it's, again, there was a great opportunity we had as sitting on the HR committee, and I need to tip my hat especially to Ms. Kozlovi for the time that it's taken to go through this process. And in light of with COVID and everything that's been going on, it's been difficult. We've had interviews over Zoom. It seems like the new norm, and it's been quite the process. But we were excited to be able to present this name, and I would ask for council support in the ratification of this.
So it's my understanding that the successful candidate, Mr. Shaheen Madizada, has a breadth of experience, over 30 years of experience in policing in a variety of communities. He has extensive education as well, and the Police Commission is certainly looking forward to his commencement, which will be what particular date?
Sometimes towards the end of August, if I'm correct, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Excellent.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, if it's okay, I'd like to actually read a little bit of the background to Mr. or Shaheen Madizada, if I could.
I think it would be appropriate to read his personal history, if that's whatever's publicly available.
Thank you. So, Mr. Madizada is an accomplished police executive with 30-plus years experience with the RCMP across 4 provinces in various policing disciplines. He's been in senior leadership roles for the past 15 years and has a proven track record of success in leading local, national, and international operations to counter and prevent crimes, promoting public safety, and building strong relationships with communities. In his current role as Chief Superintendent, Central Alberta District, he is responsible for a large geographic area that has 24 detachments, including the City of Red Deer and numerous First Nations communities. In this role, he has full oversight of financial, administrative, and human resource operations with a $150 million budget, over 1,000 sworn officers, and 200-plus civilian staff. Shaheen is considered a subject matter expert in the crime reduction methodology of policing and steered the pilot project for crime reduction in BC, Alberta, and Manitoba. He understands that enforcement is only one component, and there's a great necessity to partner with many different stakeholders to be successful. Shaheen has extensive experience in major crimes, drugs, and organized crime. He has worked on high-profile cases that attracted widespread attention and is comfortable as a leader and in working with the media. His experience is also broad and diverse. He has been recognized for his work on honor-based violence, which influenced the passing of Bill S-7, providing support to female immigrants. Throughout his career and through his various assignments, he has ensured to maintain his experience in frontline policing. He's an inspirational and visionary leader and a lifelong learner. His educational credentials include a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a university certificate in accounting, completion of the Canadian Securities course, in addition to various police leadership training and certificates. Shaheen has an excellent knowledge of modern law enforcement and crime prevention methodologies and practices. He is well versed in the economics and business of policing and the need for efficient use of resources, especially in these current times. He is known for being skilled at engaging with all organizational stakeholders, promoting the highest standards of professionalism, workplace health and safety, and encouraging cultural change to support a cycle of continuous improvement and promoting safer communities. Shaheen will soon be awarded the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, an honor bestowed by Governor General of Canada. The Order of Merit honors the leadership and exceptional service or distinctive merit displayed by a person of the Canadian Police Service and recognizes their commitment to Canada. Shaheen will be coming to Lethbridge with his wife Christine, and his daughter is currently attending university. So with that, I don't know if there's any other further debate.
Questions from council? Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to the Police Commission for the work you did on this. It is, of course, the role of the Commission to hire, and looks like you've hired a very competent person, but it's the role of council to ensure the oversight of the Commission and ensure there was a robust process. Can some member of the Commission walk me through the hiring process that was used?
Welcome, Mr. Griffiths. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it was a nationwide search that we undertook, and it started in around about October, November of last year, and we employed the services of a headhunter. And our initial list of applicants was in the region of about 30 applicants, 20 to 30 applicants. We managed to, at our first meeting, we pared that down to 9 that we were going to do further examination on, further due diligence on. And after that, it was whittled down to, ultimately, we were left with 2 people. But what I would stress right throughout the process, after the first whittling down to 9, we had amazingly strong candidates. We were actually spoiled for choice with the quality of the people that applied. And I think Councillor Higgin read out Shaheen's bio, and I think that you will agree that he is an absolutely top draw pick. As I will emphasize that we were spoiled for choice, and after much deliberation, and I think Councillor Higgin would maybe in private attest to this as well, there was a lot of robust discussion about it, and we came up with Shaheen as the final, the candidate that we have presented to you this afternoon.
Chosen by all the Commission?
It was unanimous, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Okay, we'll ask Mr. Griffiths to take a seat in the audience while we deal with the resolution. Thank you for attending today. Thank you. You've heard the resolution and the background of the successful candidate. Councillor Higgin?
And I just wanted to end by thanking all of the commission. It was, again, a very robust, as the Chair Griffiths had mentioned, throughout this process, and it was just, we're just really excited to come to this time here. And so, again, thank you to the commission, thank you to the fellow members of the HR committee for helping us get through this process. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, thank you. I too would like to thank the commission. The hiring of the chief is probably one of the most important things, if not the most important role of the commission, in addition to the overall independent oversight of police operations. So thanks to the commission members and for your work. And this has been a long process, and we're very pleased to have a candidate before us. So, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. And Mr. Griffiths, you're available to the media for any questions, and Ms. Kozlovi as well. Thank you. With that, the media may be waiting to speak to you. We may move on with our business. Is that suitable for council? Okay, thank you. We'll now move to 5.2, a submission from Councillor Crowson, Lethbridge Community and Economic Recovery Committee recommendations. Be it resolved that City Council approve the following recommendations. That the City provide free parking in the downtown until December 31st, 2020. That the City write a letter to Minister Madu, that's the Municipal Affairs Minister, requesting that the threshold levels for the procurement under the Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement be raised, that the City write a letter to the provincial and federal governments requesting them to provide programs to offer tax credits and incentives to individuals who do home improvements, that the city undertake a review of the effectiveness of the current economic development model, that the city write a letter to the Lethbridge Destination Management Organization for their short-term strategies in response to COVID-19, that the city write a letter of support for Lethbridge Lodging Association's Travel Alberta grant application, that a presentation on Utilities 101 be provided at a future City Council meeting, that the Emergency Social Services Plan be shared with City Council, that the results from the lessons learned debriefing of COVID-19 response be shared with City Council, and that a meeting be arranged between the Lethbridge Recovery Committee and the Lethbridge Emergency Management Agency. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So we have here a slate of recommendations being brought forward from the Recovery Committee. I'm going to ask first respectfully that we separate out this slate and that we look at 1 and 4 separately, because I think there'll be some questions there. So I'm going to focus on 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10, unless there's any concerns about that. Those first ones are primarily about writing letters, about having presentations, etc. So I'm just going to quickly go down. Yes, it is the Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement. This would be asking the mayor on behalf of the City Council to write a letter requesting that the threshold level of procurement be raised. We are also looking to encourage the provincial and federal governments to have tax credit incentives. This will also be discussed later under the AUMA resolution. But this would support businesses who are doing construction and renovation, because they would be more likely that they could get hired. This would support the construction industry, but also support business homeowners. Number 5, write a letter to the LDMO, just so that we know what they're doing in response to COVID, because of course tourism is one of our important industries as well. Lethbridge Lodging is looking at a grant to incentivize people coming to Lethbridge. So when we're looking at staycations, they are working with numerous organizations around Lethbridge, tourism, businesses, etc., to try to create packages and then, as I said, incentivize people to come. Utilities 101, we're hoping to provide that at a future City Council meeting. One of the things I think has come from several of the working groups is that residents and business owners have come to us and said, we want to save money by lowering our utility bills, but no matter what we do, we can't bring it down because there's fixed costs. So Council and the community would like to better understand utilities and the pricing of utilities and the bills related to utilities, so that we can all be on the same understanding and make sure that we have the information. Emergency Social Services Plan, we know there is one. City Council wishes to have a better look at that and perhaps review it. We know that there is going to be a debrief of ECC. We want to make sure, and we know that they will be sharing that with Council, but this, of course, was written a week and a half ago, and that a meeting be arranged between Lethbridge Recovery and the Emergency Management Agency. So for those first 7, those are the explanations behind them. They came up from our 3 different working groups. So first, if there's any questions from any members of Council on those 7, or 8, sorry.
Do we need a motion to divide this motion? No, we're just, okay, at this point. Okay, any questions on the first 7?
Sorry.
Mayor Chairman,
Councillor Carlson? Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Crowson, for bringing this forward on behalf of our committee. Question around, I guess, 5 and 6. I know that Tourism Lethbridge also has made application, or is about to make application, to Travel Alberta for their upcoming grants. I'm not sure, did that make its way to a gender review committee?
Yes, it did. There will be a letter of support for their application as well.
Okay, good. Otherwise, I was going to add it. Thank you.
Unless there's any other questions or debate?
I see no other questions with those items. We could move on to 1 and 4.
Well, no, why don't we, should we pass those ones, do them separate motions, if we're actually dividing them?
Then you'd have to have a motion to divide, yeah.
Do I, City Clerk? I don't believe I do.
Actually, no, you don't need a motion to divide. Any member of council can request a separate motion.
Okay. So the motion would be to approve 2, 3, 5, 7, 5, 6, 7.
8, 9, 10 at this point.
8, 9, 10. Okay, so there's 8 of them.
Yep, as a slate.
Okay. Okay, so that's been proposed by Councillor Croson. Any questions?
I'll call the question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, we move on to number 1.
So number 1, when our committee was looking at this, the idea was brought forward, but we had no money associated with it. So I wanted to separate this one out and divide it out because we now know potentially the lost revenue. Speaking with the city manager, we're looking at a $900,000 loss in revenue if we bring forward free parking in the downtown until December 31st, 2020. So I just wanted my colleagues to be very clear on that we haven't looked into how that revenue would be replaced at this point. So we can defer this one, or we can move it forward depending on how council feels at this time. But that is $900,000 that we would lose in revenue.
Okay. Questions? Is this, I have a question for the city manager. The $900,000, is that exclusively in the downtown?
In the metered areas, yes.
In the metered areas. And what's the date when administration would restore or enforce metering and in the downtown? Is there a date in mind at this point?
So the forecast, as I understand it, that Ms. Pinkston provided earlier, was with the assumption that we would return to some sense of normal in terms of parking enforcement and metering on September 1st. So that was the forecast that you got earlier to the end of April, and that was the $340,000 shortfall that we're currently forecasting, assuming that there was enhanced or return to enforcement and the continuation, because we've never said that parking is free, and people are continuing to use the parking meters, albeit on a limited basis right now. The $900,000 would accumulate, that deficit would accumulate to $900,000 if we were to actually declare free parking and realize a complete loss from this point forward of revenue to the end of December. And of course, enforcement would continue not to be provided. But at this particular point, assuming this doesn't get voted and passed, come September 1st, our expectation is we would try to ramp up enforcement and try to increase revenues based on the staged openings that are now occurring based on provincial direction.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you. Just for clarification, the money that is generated from parking fines, where does that money go to?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Campbell, the funding is, it goes to the off-street parking reserve. And so the balance of that reserve at the end of 19 was $1 million. But there's a future commitment on this reserve related to the construction of the park and ride in the amount of $3.6 million. So there's certainly some additional pressure on this reserve as it stands today.
And my other question, if I may ask the mover, has there been consultation at all with downtown BRZ or Heart of the City, just to get some feedback from those organizations?
I'm going to refer that to the 3 members of the working group that brought it forward, because this came from Economic and Business Recovery. And I know they did put out calls to the community, so I assume this came through a request from the community. But can you confirm that?
That I'm not exactly sure how that came back. Was that Mayor Spearman? When we'd first discussed that, I'm not.
It was a recommendation from the downtown business group.
It was the downtown, that's right.
So that answers your question, Councillor Campbell. So this is a recommendation from the downtown BRZ.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just actually, I'd like to get some clarity on previous statement. The motion actually states free parking in the downtown area. I'm hearing there's a difference, though, between free parking and no enforcement, because there is a fundamental difference between free parking and no enforcement. This is about free parking. There will obviously be no enforcement on the parking component. There will still be enforcement on the blocking a lane, parking in front of a fire hydrant, parking in accessible handicap or accessible sites and things of that nature. But this is about free parking, correct? It's not about the enforcement side?
Yes, parking.
Okay, thank you. Second question then related to that, what is the intent, and I don't know who to put this to, what is the intent of notifying downtown businesses? If this motion passes, what's the process going to be of notifying downtown businesses?
I don't know that we thought that through because I don't think we were intending to do that. So we'd have to look at that.
Okay. Will there be any additional monitoring then? Because we are seeing in some other municipalities across the country, COVID has taught us that maybe parking is not necessarily something that we want to be charging for to support our economic downtown cores, our economics of our engines, our downtown engines. Is there going to be any monitoring going on in terms of looking at the opportunity of extending this beyond December 31st?
Beyond December 31st? Yeah, if council's intention is to move ahead with this, then I think we would revisit it periodically and expect that we'd be back here before council. And as you point out, this is a step that other municipalities are taking.
So sorry, just for clarity then, what I'm asking is anybody going to be sort of monitoring or paying attention to what's going on down there so that a report could come back at the beginning of December to say, this is actually working out quite well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Higgin.
Mayor Spearman, a question I would have on this would be that there's a concern of some of the staffing, parking, and taking up the space in that downtown area. And it's a question that I think we need to obviously think about as well as what's going to happen with those that come down and take advantage of this free parking and then not leaving it available for those that are down shopping, because that was a concern and for one of the reasons that the parking meters were in there to get away from that concern. So it's something, and I don't know if there's someone that can answer that question as far as extended periods of time that people will be parking there.
Sure, I'll defer to Doug here in a second, but I would just say that it would be pretty difficult to have different standards put in place for different classes of people. If we're going to go with free parking, it's hard to get, to be any more discreet than that.
The unintended consequence of this decision we have done a lot of research on it, and it is, to Councillor Higgins' point, the reason behind meters in the first place. There is a fundamental lack of parking in the downtown. There's not off-street parking. It is provided on-street. And to the extent that businesses rely on their customers to be able to find a place to park, the whole premise behind metered parking, paid parking, is to create turnover. In the event that you do this, we will see a substantial take-up of just general parking, whether that's staff parking, tenant parking, what have you, which will interfere with customer parking, which is the primary purpose of the parking inventory in the downtown. We are already, with our ongoing dialogue with BRZ and Heart of the City, is seeing the pushback associated with the fact that while we still expect people to pay for their parking right now, the lack of enforcement is in fact leading to staff taking up parking, tenants taking up parking that would otherwise be available for the customers, and that is causing certain businesses concern. So the longer you ultimately provide free parking and therefore you lose the incentive for turnover, is the bigger the problem will become in terms of the availability of parking for customer purposes. So It works, free parking in downtown cores where on-street parking is the only place for customers to actually come with their vehicle, works at cross purposes with respect to free parking. Free parking and turnover, just those two things don't mix. You have to have an incentive to have people do their business and get back in their cars and move on and free up that limited inventory of parking for the next customer.
Second question, if I could, is we came up with a dollar figure what this is going to cost to the end of the year. This does take into account, I imagine, the savings from having those go around and check on the parking, et cetera. This is the difference between the two, I guess, the revenue and the expense side of things.
Councillor Hagan, that's correct. It's the net impact.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to Councillor Higgins' point, I think it's the communication element that is going to be essential because you know, we're in the 21st century now, and we are a city of 100,000, and hopefully businesses are able to message to their staff that you don't park in front of the store, but you also don't park in front of the neighbor's store either. So hopefully it's in the messaging side of this, the communication side, working with the BRZ and the chamber that we can get the message out. To follow up on council's sort of strategic planning session we had this morning, I'm going to open this to council so that we can provide the appropriate guidance to our CAO. But what do we see as the KPIs of this? How are we going to judge the success of doing this? Is this going to be just based on the economics, the downtown core? Businesses are booming, things are working. Is it going to be based on complaints or the lack of complaints? Is it going to be based on traffic counts? I mean, how are we going to judge the success of doing this? If we truly want to revisit December 31st of 2020, we need some sort of measure, something to look at to say, yeah, this is actually working. We base it on purely on feedback of the business community? Do we base it on feedback of people who actually are using the stores, the services in the downtown core? Any thoughts from members of council on that? Because this is going to help the city manager and staff to actually be monitoring the right thing for us.
Carlson here.
Yes, are you answering a question that's been directed at the city manager, or is this a...
Oh, sorry, I thought Councillor, acting mayor.
It's definitely, it's
was
open.
directing it to council.
Yeah.
Because if I can weigh in, my thoughts was, and I appreciate the wisdom of Councillor Croson separating a few of these out. My thought would be to either table or refer this one to our recovery committee meeting on Thursday, where we could have a fulsome discussion. Many of these recommendations or recommended actions came to us from outside groups. We put them forward, but hearing the discussion, I'm thinking this one might need a bit more exploration and thoughtfulness. Seems to be my catchword of the day. So I'm wondering if referring it to our recovery committee for further exploration, and then it can come back to council after that, may be the way to go. That's my thoughts.
Hey, thank you for offering that. Did you have a question as well?
No, that was just in response to Councillor Acting Mayor Kaufman's question to council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just saying free parking, that just sort of complicates in a lot of different ways. And another thought, and I don't know who could answer this, but what about those that have already paid downtown for parking ride spots or stalls, or if they're paying for parking as it is does that mean that they should get a rebate on their stalls? Do we have a number of people who are doing that right now? So there's another complication to this. So why don't we give them free parking? That's just yeah. Well, if someone can answer what to what degree do we have a lot of people paying for a yearly membership or a monthly payment for parking downtown. Does that, should they sort of be consulted with something? Just a thought. But some can answer too.
I'd just say we'd have to look at that. We don't have an answer now. But yeah.
So I would suggest that we need to relook just saying free parking for downtown. We have to come up with a better resolution than just that. That's my take on it right now.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just wondering, are we in questions or in debate at this point? Yes. So, Councillor Higgin, do you have a question?
I think Councillor Campbell is just, if he's indicated, maybe refer this to get more information. Is that what I'm hearing? Ms. City Clerk, if you can maybe help with the process?
Yeah, any councillor at any time can refer a motion, and it takes precedence over the main motion. So that motion would go to Recovery Lethbridge to get more information and come back to council at a future date. If somebody wanted to make that motion.
So if somebody wanted to make a postponement motion, you could postpone it to the second meeting in August, for example. This expires at the end of August, the current practice. So you could postpone it to the second meeting in August, and use the time in the meantime to research the issue further if somebody wanted to bring forward a postponement.
To understand, though, postpone and refer, what is the difference, City Clerk?
Postpone would go, it would go and come back exactly the same as it is. There would be no additional information. Refer would go to another committee or another body to do additional information to come back with more information to make a decision. So I think you'd want to refer in this case.
Okay. So a motion to refer would be, could be entertained by council.
And I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, can we just clarify what that referral motion would state? Who are we referring it to, the overall committee or the subcommittee?
Mayor, if I could, Mayor Sperman, I think that since the one committee has brought it forward now, probably going back to the committee as a whole, the full committee rather than that, would be, I don't know, Councilor
Referral
Campbell,
back
is
to
that-
the Lethbridge Community and Economic Recovery Committee. That's all members of
That's
council.
everybody.
Yes.
I'm fine with that. I think we need to discuss this a little bit into more detail.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So Councillor Campbell has made the referral motion.
Sorry, Your Worship, we would like a return to date for council, if possible.
To be returned prior to August 31st, 2020? That's when the current condition expires, right? So.
Fine.
So by default, it would come back to the last city council meeting in August. Yeah, or earlier, right, yeah.
Councillor Carlson will second that if needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you see the referral motion. Any debate? I see none. Ready for the vote?
Yep.
Call the
Call the
question?
Yep.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, now we'll move on to item 4. Councillor Croson?
Thank you. I apologize to members of the public if the wording here freaked anybody out. Let me explain what we were thinking when we brought this forward. As COVID continues to change the way we do business, and as economic recovery becomes more important than ever, Citywood Council would like to invite Economic Development Lethbridge to participate in Phase 3 of our operational review through KPMG, to look for opportunities for continuous improvement and see what we can learn to ensure we are servicing Lethbridge in the best way possible for years to come. The operational review is proving extremely valuable to not only help us create benchmarks, but to also begin new conversations about how we are going to move forward in these new and challenging times, both financially and economically. Now, the reason this is here is because EDL has a separate board. We can't expect them to be part of the KPMG Phase 3, but we can ask them, and this would be formally to ask them to be part of that, because of course we know that we have to look at all aspects of our organization. We spend $800,000 a year on EDL, and we want to make sure that the money is being spent well, in transparency, and it's apparent to our government that our community that we are using our money effectively. So that is what this one means. I just wanted to take it out of the slate so that we could make sure we're all on the same page about what this means and understanding it together. So that's what number 4 means. So with that, I'll open it for questions or debate.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thanks, Mayor Sherman. So does anyone know what the evaluative process is for EDL right now?
Pardon?
What's the evaluative process for EDL right now? And how is that shared with the community?
I think the fact that none of us can answer that tells you something.
There's people here that are on the EDL board, so I'm just wondering if they know.
What's the value of the process?
No, I said, what's the evaluative process for EDL?
It's a once-a-year report to City Council.
Right, but is there a strategic plan that they have metrics that they assess against? Are there outcomes that they have to achieve?
Other than their core mandate, which is basically to encourage investment, new investment, expansions, and support business startups in the city of Lethbridge. They provide data. There's some of that happening each and every year.
I guess I'm just saying that because they can't provide the big hits all the time. They can't have a Cavendish farm every year. And so when they do that and spend a whole bunch of time doing that, are we expecting them to then turn around with their limited staffing and then get a whole bunch more hits again right away? I'm just wondering where this
Respectfully, I don't think that's what this is. This is the fact that we are doing the operational reviews, and we just want to include them because it's a large part of our budget, and it's a large part of what recovery will look like, et cetera. So we don't want to exclude them. We respect what they're doing. We appreciate what they're doing, but we would not be doing our due diligence if we did not include them in the KPMG report.
Did we just say that include EDL in our...
We have to ask them because they have a board, and because they are a standalone organization.
Right, which we give all their money to.
We give all their money, but we have to ask them because of the relationship between.
Okay, I get it.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Actually, to the mover, just kind of on the heels of Councillor Miyashiro's statement/question. This is not, it's not an indictment on economic development Lethbridge. This is simply to as you say, to request the review because they are an associated agency. It's the whole arm's length, you know. My hand is arm's length from my shoulder, but I can still wiggle my fingers. So it's about the relationship between council, the community, and economic development Lethbridge, and to go through that review and effectiveness.
Relationship is definitely part of it, and we would not be doing our due diligence if we didn't make sure that our industrial business attraction strategy is at par right now, as high as it can be, as we move forward into recovery. I expect we'll find that everything's going the way we want, but we have to look into it.
Thank you. To the city manager then, if we are successful in undertaking such a review, is it possible for, assuming again that's KPMG doing the third phase, is it possible then to, in this theme of KPIs, to help establish some metrics by which we should be looking at economic development Lethbridge?
Certainly, we could make it part of that, and I would add that they have a fairly robust evaluation process for their own work now, but we can certainly make that benchmarking of KPIs with other like organizations part of the review.
That'd be excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm understanding by listening to the discussion here what this is intending to do, but when I read the actual wording in the resolution, I don't see what we're talking about, where we want to go. I don't see that reflected in the resolution. I think Councillor Miyashiro pretty much said, why don't we just make it simple and just say that we include EDL. This does not say EDL. I have no clue what current economic development model is, who it is, what it means. So if what I'm hearing is that we are asking EDL, or we are going to ask EDL to be part of phase 3 of the KPMG review. So I'm a little confused and worried about the wording of item 4 in the resolution. If I can just maybe get some clarity on that so that I know which way I'm going to vote.
As I noted, I will take full responsibility for how that was worded. It came out between the deputy city clerk and myself that that's how it was written. But what we do mean is asking them to be part of the next operational review. And we can rewrite that if that would be a much better way to understand what we're looking for.
Thank you for that. So if the intent is that we are wanting EDL to be part of phase 3, why don't we just have that as a separate resolution and exclude it from this Lethbridge Community and Economic Recovery Committee recommendation? Because
it came up through the committee.
So in essence, what we are doing then, if we support number 4, what's there is we are asking EDL to be included in phase 3 of the operational review.
Yes.
And does EDL have the right to say yes or no?
They have the right to say yes or no, but I think they'll recognize that we are their $800,000 a year funder.
Thank you.
I guess my question would be, where did that come from, that EDL has the right to say yes or no?
I believe that came to me through staff, who I believe got it from our city solicitor. No, I believe that came through the city solicitor's office originally, but I would have to backtrack to the staff who told me. Would that be true, Mr. Lone? That we have to ask EDL to be part of the operational review because of the relationship between the organizations.
My advice has always been consistent in that when the city expends money for anything, they could hire someone to review that expenditure of money. However, in the case of an independent organization like EDL, the review would be more valuable and actually have more access to more information if that organization was to cooperate with that, and then they would have access to the options as well. So you could do a review without their permission, but it wouldn't have access to their inner workings. And so you'd get a better review if you had their cooperation.
So not required, simply advisable.
You'll get a much better review out of it.
And the same thing applies to a number of potential phase 3 entities that are arm's length.
Councillor Miyashiro?
No.
Councillor Campbell?
Just so I'm clear on this as well, when you talk about EDL doing a review, are we still talking about their own personal review on what to do with the COVID crisis, or is this an internal review on the way they do things and present things and create benchmarks for what they're doing and advising on the sort of things that they do? What's the main intention of this particular side of it?
Same as the other operational reviews, to look at the effectiveness, et cetera, of the organization through the operational reviews that we've been doing and be part of phase 3.
But I mean, I'm just thinking that this is apart from COVID recovery, right?
Yes, yeah. It's in general, just like the first 2 phases.
Okay, so.
It came through the committee, though, as one of the recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Unless
I
there's
see
debate.
none. On to debate.
I'll call the question.
What? Oh, Carlson had a question. Sorry, I couldn't
Okay.
type fast enough.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just hearing some discussion with Councillor Campbell and I believe Councillor Morrow that including this with our COVID recovery sort of muddies the water and makes it a little less clear. Perhaps a standalone resolution inviting them to be part of our phase 3 review would be better than tying it in with COVID. I'm wondering if that makes any sense to the mover.
I'm fine with it either way. As I said, I'm bringing this forward on behalf of the committee. I'm not tied to them personally.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Can we maybe hear from the committee that actually made this as a recommendation and brought it forward as to why they would, because I'm totally agreeing with what Councillor Carlson and Councillor Campbell just said and what I said earlier. And I think Councillor Miyashiro kind of started it off by, if this is strictly economic recovery because of COVID, then I just would like some clarity here. Is that, what are we, I think we're all attempting to do the same thing, but I'm just concerned that this wording is, so maybe, is there anybody from the subcommittee that made this recommendation? Can you maybe try and convince 3 or 4 of us as to why this would be a recommendation as part of the Economic Recovery Committee, which I thought dealt with COVID?
Okay. So Councillor Hagan, Councillor Parker, and myself are on the subcommittee dealing with this. We see economic recovery as a key part of that will be economic development, and they're part of the community task force on recovery. But attracting new investment is going to be challenging, and it'll be part of the way forward. New investment, as government's funding dries up, simply going to have to come from private sector. So we've never done a review of economic development since it was formed 17 years ago. And so the suggestion was that that be part of the Phase 3 operational reviews.
Thank you for that. So then, Mr. City Manager, if I may, Phase 3 of the operational review, on your best guess, if you can, when do you anticipate that the review, Phase 3 review, will be done and you would present a, what do you call it, a finding or whatever to council? Do you have any date in mind of when that might happen?
We're speaking with KPMG now around how long it would take for the components of that. It might not all be in the same timeline now, but ideally we'd like to have it done for the budget review period in the fall. So that would be November timeframe in general.
So if we pass this and EDL will be willing to do the review, then you're saying we could have some sort of reply back through the KPMG review by the end of November.
Yet to be confirmed with KPMG, but that's the target we're shooting for, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
If there's no further questions or debate, I will simply call the question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Now we'll move on to 6.2, and I'll ask Deputy Mayor Kaufman if you would take the chair. I don't know if you want to switch seats or just... Okay.
I'll just sit here, Your Worship. Thank you. I have a motion from Mayor Spearman, 2020 Alberta Urban Municipalities Association Resolution, Home Renovation Tax Credits. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created the need for an unprecedented economic recovery effort, and whereas recovery efforts will be broad focused and encompassing, and whereas following other economic recessions, tax credits were instituted to assist homeowners undergoing home renovations, and whereas tax incentives can measurably suppress the underground economy, which in turn supports and protects homeowners, legitimate renovators, government tax revenues, and stimulates economic activity while building consumer confidence, and, actually we'll strike the and, therefore be it resolved that the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, AUMA, requests that the Government of Alberta implement a home renovation tax credit for all types of home renovations for the period of July 1st, 2020 and completed before December 31st, 2021, and further be it resolved that the AUMA requests the Government of Alberta introduce a permanent energy retrofit tax credit utilizing the EnerGuide rating system And further be it resolved that the resolution be forwarded to the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, AUMA, for consideration at their annual general meeting September 23rd to 25th, 2020 in Calgary. Mayor Spearman.
Thank you for this. This suggestion came forward from the Build Lethbridge organization, suggesting it's a way in the period of slow period of new home starts, new home building, that an alternative would be to encourage homeowners, existing homeowners, to conduct renovations. They would like people to use certified companies, certified builders, basically part of the Build group. A lot of their membership are legitimate companies rather than in order to qualify for the government grant. So this isn't supporting an underground economy and work that may not be up to professional standards. So that's the essence of it. The other piece of it is that there's a federal program supporting the EnerGuide rating system, and it would be helpful if the provincial program also supported that for energy efficient home renovations. So that's the background to the resolution. I'd be open to any questions from councillors. So.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Worship, for bringing this forward. I do appreciate this resolution. I'm just wondering, in the actionable clauses, every time, pardon me, every time it says the home renovation tax credit, if we need to insert a word between renovation and tax, the home renovation provincial tax credit, I would hate for them to say, excellent idea, it's coming out of your property taxes.
Okay. So friendly amendment, insert the word
provincial between renovation and tax.
One moment, Councillor Carlson. It's the
therefore be it resolved.
one spot.
Okay. All right, we've amended the resolution. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Just for my own clarity, this is for the periods of July 1st, 2020, so this week, and this is before we get to AUMA.
Good point.
So it should be in
October 1st.
Just hang on.
Retroactive?
Can I direct here? Mayor Spearman, did you want to answer that?
Yep. Well, potentially it's retroactive, but
yeah. So should that be worded that way? That's, I just yeah, because we'll be a couple of months past July 1st when this is brought to AUMA.
Right.
Might I suggest then that instead of for the period, for home renovations between the period of July 1st, 2020 and completed before December 31st, and that would then certainly, I think, Councillor Campbell, would that meet your comfort level in terms of indicating then that it is a retroactive?
Yep, sure. Yep. That's all. I just it seemed awkward to me. That's all.
You're right.
Mayor Spearman, you're okay with that?
I'm okay with it. But now that Councillor Campbell has pointed that out, I'd almost suggest that it be January the 1st, 2021, like for all of next calendar year. I think that I'm just thinking what would meet with more acceptance from AUMA if it got to the floor.
Councillor Parker?
Most fitting day would probably be around mid-March. That's when we kind of went into lockdown, so.
Might have to declare conflict of interest. I'm doing like 3 major renovations on the house. That wasn't my intention. My intention was to support the industry. But once you make it retroactive, then that creates a problem for me. Yeah. I'm okay with July the 1st retroactive, but it's up to council. Yeah.
And again, as with all AUMA resolutions, it does have to be approved by the body at AUMA before going to the provincial government. The provincial government can then look at it and assess and will make the final determination. So we can certainly propose, they can certainly dispose.
And it could be amended on the floor.
Absolutely. Any other questions from members of council on this motion? Okay, seeing none, open for debate. Mayor Spearman?
I think this would be helpful. It would support the industry in Lethbridge and in other communities across the province. The home building industry is suffering. They're looking for opportunities, and a tax credit to homeowners would be one way of showing support to them and potentially providing an economic benefit to the home building industry.
Any debate for members of council? Seeing nothing on the board, to close, Mayor Spearman?
I'd ask for council's support.
Question has been called. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you. Move on to now to 7.1 for second and third reading. Bylaw 6223, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw. From Councillor Miyashiro, be it resolved that bylaw 6223, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Rather than going through the entire summary, just remember that in 2015, Council approved a waste diversion policy, and we are looking at targets to 25% reduction in waste disposal by 2021 and a 45% reduction in waste disposal by 2030 for the ICI and C&D sectors. We also approved a restated 5-year waste diversion strategy in 2018 for ICI and C&D, which allowed us to meet the targets stated in the waste diversion policy. The approval of this strategy targets the diversion of materials generated by ICI and C&D sectors and will employ a multifaceted staged approach that draws from voluntary, economic, and regulatory program options. In 2019, the strategy mandated an increase of the mixed waste tipping fee at the landfill as part of the economic incentives, and in addition, the implementation of surcharges started on July 1st, 2019, with a grace period of 6 months to allow businesses to adapt and prepare for the charges. The strategy stated that the mandatory recycling would be implemented in 2020 as part of the regulatory programs. So the proposed amendment includes the next step on the waste diversion strategy approved by Council with the introduction of mandatory recycling. This recycling will start on July 1st, 2020. Businesses will be granted a 6-month grace period to allow those that currently are not providing recycling services at their premises to prepare and make the necessary changes to comply with the requirements. And Mr. Sanchez is in the audience if there are questions for him.
Are there any questions from council? Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Did receive a couple of emails from people in the public on this, and this is housekeeping, but it is a statement about, this is actually known as the waste bylaw. To the city manager or designate, should this be waste and recycling bylaw, because it does actually deal with recycling in here as well. I know it has no bearing on the substance of the bylaw whatsoever, but it's not necessarily a name that's in line with what its intent is or its spirit is.
Any comments here, Doug? Any issues with that?
We could easily relabel it. I'd defer to the city solicitor, though, in terms of whether that is truly housekeeping or whether we would have to bring it back for 3 readings, because you're speaking to the actual title of the bylaw itself. Maybe Brian, does that require a full-blown 3 readings?
Drafting on the floor of the chamber is always exciting, but you could make an amendment to this bylaw before second reading that amends the 6146, the waste bylaw, if council wished to. I'll look that up and try and find the right wording for you if that's the desire of this body.
The only, I'm just, Mr. Sanchez just reminded me about the definition of waste. So for simplicity, we call it waste for the purposes of the bylaw, but waste does include in the definition both waste and recycling.
Thank you. Then I will, the definition, you're correct, actually does declare it as both, so I will see that as being fine. Thank you. There's no need for an amendment.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Sorry, I'm just going to read the bylaw. There's definitions in there about what the materials are, so you don't need to read. Done. Thank.
Any further questions? I see none. Councillor Miyashiro would like to open and close debate.
We've been working on this bylaw for quite some time and have made additions to it and added to it. I think now that we're going to the mandatory recycling and enforcement phase, I would ask for my colleagues to support this.
Any debate from council? I see none.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6223, amendment to bylaw 6146, the waste bylaw, be given third reading, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Miyashiro.
You call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay. Okay, inquiries. Are there any inquiries from councillor? Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question, I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to allow whoever to answer it, but most likely the city manager will designate. There's been some concern regarding loud noise, speeding along Mayor McGrath Drive. I think some of us have seen the email that came through. And I think this person that did call me was calling on behalf of numerous individuals in the area in regards to the noise is more excessive than usual, in that they understand living close to Mayor McGrath, a major thoroughfare, that there's noise, but it seems like this year it's been quite loud. And is it up to, do we take that concern to you, or do we take that concern to our commission members? Is it a matter of enforcement? Is it a matter of engineering? What is it?
I think the first step would be to answer that question and understand what the source of the noise is, and therefore what the proper response would be. So perhaps we need to get some more information to see which.
And I do believe we have a written email that has been sent to us, but it was a matter of when we have an issue of noise in the noise bylaw in regards to areas such as Mayor McGrath or possibly scenic, is that something that we take to you, or do we take that to our police service in regards to our police commission members?
I'll defer here. Is there anybody who can help with that?
I think there's often three parties involved. And so if you refer it to the city manager, then typically we'll get involved at infrastructure services in terms of noise monitoring, because we do have ongoing noise monitoring programs in the context of potential traffic calming and or noise abatement measures. The police clearly get involved if in fact this is about modified exhausts and speeding and stunting and illegal activities. And then thirdly, our regulatory service folks may have a role to play as well in terms of bylaw enforcement and the noise bylaw. Depending on the source of the noise, our noise bylaw is the one policy instrument that City Council has passed with respect to trying to control certain behaviors during certain hours.
So it's kind of a three-prong approach?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I do believe we do have that email sent to us. And so that email has gone to you, Mr. Dalton, to go from there?
I have seen that email, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I want to know. It's a bit of public education for myself as well as the community. Thank you.
Probably the young guys with the straight pipes and uncapped headers.
Or
'Cause
less traffic, I think, in
one
speed.
that has the same last name as me that has a car like that.
So, referring it to the commission, we generally have the noise complaints in the summertime. The commission doesn't meet till September. So I think something like this, if there was a concern, it could be passed on for information to the chief of police.
You are a commission member, correctly?
Right, yeah. So we could pass it on as information that we've been receiving these complaints, and he may choose to do something about that, but of course, we don't have oversight to the police chief. We could copy the police commission. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. 2 weeks ago, we had first reading for the land use bylaw, and I asked if we had a date for public hearing on that. Just wanting to know, if City Manager, if we've selected a date for that. Mike, please.
For July 13th, just reminding council of the presentation we made at CIC on April 27th. There was, we described the engagement process, which we have completed as well, in terms of this phase 1 of the land use bylaw amendments. Again, council will recall that this is phase 1. It's very much housekeeping, formatting, those kinds of things. The primary stakeholders are Build, LCA, and those folks have been engaged. So we are in a position to go to a public hearing and have council make a decision on July 13th.
So we've already begun advertising for that then?
Believe so, yes.
So it requires, okay. Thank you. Second question actually just relates to a PSA that went out today. I've already had a couple of emails about this. Programmable lighting systems require electrical permits and inspections. For the sake of clarity in the community, this is not the plug-in lights that you wrap around your banister and your stairs outside and put on trees. So can there maybe just be a little bit of a clarity as to what exactly we're talking about here?
Council may be familiar with folks that are in both residential and commercial applications. It's permanent lighting, and it's decorative lighting, and it often comes in a string like Christmas lighting, holiday lighting. Though that product is becoming more available in the Canadian market. It requires a CSA standard and a safety codes inspection in order for it to be compliant to the Alberta Safety Code. So it is a permanent installation as opposed to just the temporary lighting that you buy at Costco or Canadian Tire or Walmart and for seasonal purposes. These are often installed in people's eaves permanently, and they're programmable in the sense that they change color. There's sort of like the lights on City Hall that we can program and change colors through a computer application, and that's what we're now seeing in the community. So we're just advising the community that these things do require a proper certified install and inspection by building services.
Thank you. These are separate from the smart light bulbs that we're seeing as well on the market?
That's correct.
Okay. This is a permanent fixed structure that's going to be attached somehow to the dwelling?
That's correct.
We got a permit for our lights, right? Yeah.
I have made a slight update to the website too, Deputy Mayor. Just a clarification on the permanent wording for the lighting. So there's a bit of an update that I just posted a short while ago.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I know accessoride is limited right now in the scope because of COVID. Has there even been discussion about go-friendly shuttle, when that might be re-implemented?
Sorry, can I get the last part again there, Councilor Miyashiro? Discussion about
go-friendly shuttle.
Go-friendly
shuttle. So it's part of accessoride. It takes older adults from their homes to either Norbridge or LNCO and between the two centers. It's been a partnership between the two centers, Lethbridge Transit and CSD.
We'll get back to you on that.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to address this to the city manager, but I don't really know if it's officially or technically supposed to go to you. Maybe this is more to my two colleagues that are on the police commission. And I'm sorry to have to do this, but I think it's part of my job when I get things brought to my attention, and especially when issues are played out in the public and they're on the TV and they're in social media. And so you will recall that, I don't know, maybe a month ago or whenever it was, that I raised the issue, according to bylaw 5969, that council appoints people to the commission to oversee the policing in this community. Council may also remove them as well. I raised a concern about the Law Enforcement Review Board directing the Police Commission to do a proper investigating regarding the acting chief when they initially had not. I haven't heard anything about that, but since I raised this concern, there appears to be a few more issues that have occurred with the commission. And I'd like to share them because they've been brought to my attention, and I'm hoping that my two colleagues on the commission will deal with this, because to me, this seems to be escalating. So, number one, we all know, okay, and I know I'm going to probably get a little bit of a disagreement on this, but they posted a police officer's complaint on the web page, breaching privacy legislation as well as leaked sensitive health information. As we all know, the LPA recently asked council to address this concern, and I'm concerned because the commission policy manual in Appendix 1 clearly states how information is to be managed. Number two, last week the commission dismissed this complaint without an investigation, as the LERB had directed them to do in the first place. The LPA recently raised this concern on TV, and I have received numerous questions how we, council, the commission, would allow this to occur. The commission doesn't conduct investigations. They are done by independent entities. So people are aware of this. On the heels of this, the acting chief, and I'm using these aren't my words, these are words that are brought to my attention, publicly shamed the same officer in a press release for complaining about him. Is the commission aware of this, and does the commission allow these types of messages to be willy-nilly sent out by the chief? Another issue that really makes me cringe was brought to my attention is that the chief promoted his wife into an acting inspector position. Now, I don't know about you, but the optics of this are pretty awful, and the community does not like that, and they don't understand how the commission can allow this to occur, if the commission did in fact have any knowledge of this and if they approved it.
So point of order, sorry, Councilor Moore, but why are we talking about this here?
Because I'm bringing it forward because it's in the public. It has been in the public, and I've been asked to bring it forward as an inquiry, and that's what I'm doing.
To what end, though? Because you said it's gone to the police commission already?
No, well, apparently it hasn't. If it has, I don't know about it. Now, I guess why I'm bringing these forward is because it's our role as council, as I think Councillor Croson indicated earlier in the debate when we had the story of the announcement of the new chief. We actually oversee the commission, and we don't seem to be getting any feedback or any reply, and so I'm bringing these forward because I'm hoping that our two members on the commission will do whatever they need to do to make sure that we as council are kept informed on what's going on in the community. This is all public, so I'm not trying to hide anything.
Thank you.
If it wasn't public, I would be taking your advice and I would be going directly to my two colleagues in person, or the city manager, better yet. So there seems to be a lack of transparency and accountability with this commission. There seems to be, they've got this policy that's created that apparently prohibits commission members from communicating with anyone than the chief. And I can recall when I was on the commission that was a little bit of an issue with people, the community, feeling that the commission represents them and they have no way of even approaching the commission. They have to go through some other route, and I don't know if that's changed. I want to remind everybody, the Police Commission is an independent organization established by council pursuant to Section 28(1) of the Police Act. Council in the Police Commission bylaw has prescribed the rules governing the operations of the commission and allowed for the appointment of members of the commission and removal. And finally, we also received a letter from the LPAA requesting that they be placed on council agenda to talk to us. I'm assuming, and I don't know, I haven't researched this deep enough, but I'm thinking that their main reason why they want to talk to us is because of what's happening in the world with policing, and I think it would be important that members of council, my two colleagues, try and make that happen. Thank you.
Okay. On the first issue, I think it needs to be clear that the Police Commission did not post the complaint online. That was an error made by a staff member. So that there has been a response from the city manager to is it the president of the LPA?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was an error by somebody acting in the capacity as the administrative assistant to the Police Commission. When that was noted, that was self-reported to the organization that looks after freedom of information and privacy. Yeah. So, secondly, the Police Commission isn't accountable to Lethbridge City Council. City Council simply appoints. Well, look under the Police Act. They're independent.
Remove for cause.
Yeah, we can appoint and we can remove. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't here to try and stir debate or to get...
No, I'm not debating. I'm just stating my understanding of this.
I just wanted to bring it forward, and at some point in time, if you want to provide written answers, that would be better for me so that I can pass it on to the people that have approached me. So I would prefer that rather than getting into this today.
I'm not intending to debate. I'm just trying to answer your questions. So it's not intended to be a debate. So my information, you know, if the LPA has questions, they could direct them directly to the Police Commission. That would solve some of this misunderstanding. But going through City Council is not the correct way to do it. We can't answer those questions. Police Commission is meant to be independent.
Sorry, and again, I'm not trying to debate with you. And I don't know all the details, but my understanding is that the LPA has, according to the policy that's in place, the LPA has no way of communicating with the commission. They're told they can't.
Councillor Morrow, if you could get those questions and have them written up, and I'm sure we will get them answered to you and pass them out to the rest
Thank you.
of the
That's all I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Any further inquiries? Okay, move on to City Council updates. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to advise members of council that our two AUMA resolutions actually have been both seconded by the City of Brooks. And as members of council will understand, the Mayor of Brooks, Mr. Barry Morishita, is the current president of the Alberta Urban Municipality Association, so hopefully, well, he carries much more weight than I do, so I think I'll just let him introduce and close debate on both of those. So we are appreciative to the City of Brooks for reaching out. I did send Barry an email thanking him for his support for our motions.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. From the Police Commission, I don't know if everybody has heard, we've hired a new police chief. He starts at the end of August, and we're really excited to be able to bring that forward. So that's from the Police Commission.
Thank you. Okay. Any further updates? Not. I think we've got one more resolution, 10.2. 10.1?
I know it was on 10.3.
Okay, 10.1 from Deputy Mayor Kaufman, closed meeting strategic planning. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, and documents with respect to strategic planning remain confidential pursuant to Sections 21 harmful to government relations. 23, local public body confidences. 24, advice from officials. 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further be it resolved that the city manager proceed with the information and feedback provided from council during the closed meeting discussions and return to a future meeting of council. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. (10.2) Closed meeting legal update. Actually, I'll ask Deputy Mayor Kaufman to introduce this one.
Thank you. Item 10.2, closed meeting legal update. Moved by Mayor Spearman. Be it resolved that council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, and documents with respect to legal update remain confidential pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 27, privileged legal of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that the City of Lethbridge authorize the City Manager to retain Guardian Law Group of Calgary, Alberta, to investigate, develop, and settle the city's potential claim against pharmaceutical industry manufacturers, marketers, and distributors for health care, law enforcement, social and other costs associated with prescription opioid use, abuse, and misuse. The terms of the retainer agreement to be negotiated by the City Manager or delegate. Mayor Spearman.
Yep. And for transparency, I'd like to ask the City Manager or delegate, will the process, if this motion passes, cost the City of Lethbridge any funds? Are there any financial costs to this resolution?
Subject to receiving different direction from the City Manager, which I would never get, we intend to negotiate an agreement that would not cost the city anything. And we wouldn't negotiate one counter to that.
Okay, thank you, no cost. And secondly, is there an expected administrative burden associated with this resolution?
At this time, we have no expectation of a significant administrative burden.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from members of council? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. Just I appreciate the question regarding the burden and staffing, et cetera, what that cost could be going forward. We don't really know, but there could be obviously going forward if we are pulled into this at a higher level, correct?
That's a possibility.
But that would still have to be cleared with our city manager, from what I understand. The reason I'm asking this is the resources that are going to go in during the time leading up to this, because it's going to take years, right? And so obviously I just want to make sure that I get an answer that there's not going to be the resources from staffing here that will be used throughout this process to any great extent.
What I would say is you're quite correct. It likely will take years, but as it evolves, certainly I'll be reporting regularly to the city manager, and based on the city manager's direction, absent more specific direction from council in a motion, we'll be reporting back to this body, either in camera or in public as warranted during the carriage of that event. And that would mean any significant changes in direction or anything else that would happen.
Minimal changes to what is?
So in particular, and I don't believe that this would be privileged information, if in the carriage of this action the City of Lethbridge was asked to take a role as a representative plaintiff that would have some administrative burden, that decision wouldn't be undertaken while I'm in this chair without consultation with the governing body through the city manager.
If I could, my last question, whether we do this or not, and I know you've answered this numerous times, whether we approve this or not, we will still be on the bus regardless and part of this class action lawsuit, correct?
Yes and no. The yes part is The city of Lethbridge is a member of the proposed class in the class action litigation. So in that sense, the answer is yes. But without any legal counsel that's participating in the case, we won't have any input as a member of that class into potential settlement discussions or anything else like that. So it's a bit of a qualified yes.
We would not receive anything if there is a payout, if we are not involved at this level.
No, we would still be entitled to whatever settlement. If the class was approved and we were still a member of that class, we'd still be entitled to that settlement. But you can imagine a set of circumstances where, let's say, the defendants collectively come together and say, we'd like to settle, here's a sum of money. That whole class then, behind the scenes with their legal counsel, have to determine whether they agree with the proposed settlement or not, because it's going to mean, you know, who knows, I'm totally speculating, but there'll be perhaps a formula that says, you know, according to this indicia, this city will get X amount. So in other class actions, it can be based on all kinds of things. If we want any input into that, we need to be represented as well.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Councillor Morrow?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll chair for now. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the resolution, you just said that it's not going to cost us any money. So the resolution, the further be it resolved, the city manager to retain Guardian Law Group of Calgary, Alberta, to investigate and do whatever else they're doing. And then the very last sentence in this resolution says, the terms of the retainer agreement to be negotiated by the city manager or delegate. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't understand legal jargon, but first of all, I don't know any law firm that would do anything for free. So a couple questions. If this passes, the city manager is going to retain this Guardian Law Group of Calgary, and then the terms of the retainer agreement will be negotiated. Is that not money?
Mr. City Manager?
I'll defer to the city solicitor.
In a retainer agreement, lawyers or law firms work in anticipation of a percentage of an anticipated settlement. So the proposed agreement that we're going to negotiate would indemnify us for any losses if that lawsuit was unsuccessful. So it's a speculative action on behalf of the law firm to do that because they believe that it's a good cause of action.
So by us stating to the community that this isn't going to cost us anything, help me out here, I'm trying to understand it. So the city manager is going to negotiate this retainer. So let's assume 10 years from now when this is done, we get $1 million. And the city manager has negotiated that we're going to give 10% to Guardian Law Group. Is that what this means?
That's what I understand what that means, and we wouldn't be getting the $1 million. We would just get the $900,000 in the example you
So
gave.
in essence, they will be getting paid based on if we win this class action lawsuit.
Yeah, they will be getting paid out of the settlement if there is one, and in the event that there isn't one, we don't owe them anything. So it might be more accurate to say no tax dollars or city dollars will be going to fund this.
And my final question is, if they're doing this with us, and I don't know how many cities are in this, and they're gonna do this work free for every other city, somebody's gotta be paying for this at some point, because if we lose, then I'm assuming that what you're telling us about our city, it's not gonna cost us anything, we lost, we don't have to give them any money. They're gonna do all this work for 5, 10, however many years it takes, and they lose, and they're not gonna get a penny from anybody? Is that what I'm understanding?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Lowen, you're a very good lawyer, and I appreciate the work that you do for our city. How many hours and time have you put into answering all these questions and doing research about this on our behalf?
On this particular file? Yeah. I may have spent somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 hours in the last few months going into this.
So this is me. So there has been a cost to this of your time and all that. So, okay, thank you.
Question to the city manager. Does the retainer agreement, is it a public document?
I'll defer to the city solicitor.
Retainer agreement that had been provided to me that I included in your in-camera materials will need to be updated. There's a few changes to it to be required. None to any of the clauses that would be important to the discussion that we're having now. So I haven't asked that question specifically about whether it's public or not of the law firm. I'd defer to that. But I would say that it won't be precisely the same one that I would be recommending that we enter into with the city manager.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, should there be parameters then established around this this motion in terms of limits or prescribing? Certainly we trust our city manager and yourself to negotiate a good settlement, but we need to have parameters around this, do we not? Or ought we not?
I'm completely comfortable with parameters around it if you want to put some in.
Thank you. The problem with that is I don't know what parameters the law firm is going to be proposing in terms of what their settlement would be. Councillor Morrow's example of getting $1 million.
So you have the example one in the in-camera package. What I would say is the only change to a term that would be related to the financial part would actually benefit the city. So it'd be reducing the language around the what they'd be entitled to or how to calculate their share of the settlement.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from City Council? Mayor Spearman.
Would it be useful to say the terms of the retainer agreement to be negotiated by the city manager on a contingency fee basis, like the same as the larger resolution, so that contingency fee basis, my understanding is that it ensures no cost?
I did draft 2 potential resolutions. I'm comfortable with council passing either one.
Okay.
Are you proposing an amendment to your motion?
To my motion that the retainer agreement be negotiated on a contingency fee basis by the city manager or delegate. That means no cost to the city of Lethbridge.
One moment, Mr. Westerson, did you catch that? Terms of the retainer agreement to be negotiated on a contingency fee basis by the city manager delegate. Members of council are okay with that? Okay, seeing no, Councillor Miyashiro?
Okay, so the statement of claim is really clear that it's a contingency basis. The statement of claim says that there's no fees involved because that law firm has the resources to fight this on behalf of the plaintiffs. So I'm just saying it's kind of redundant to keep saying contingency every time we talk about it because the whole guts of this case, it's based on a contingency fee. So
We understand that, but perhaps the public doesn't. So if we put it in the resolution, it reinforces it again. Yeah.
Also saying the city manager, we don't trust him to do it on a contingency fee basis, even though we've been talking about that for the last couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro. I think council is actually, we're going the extra, absolutely, just to provide the certainty and surety for the community. Yeah, I don't think there's any statement. I don't think there's any statement of a lack of trust in the city manager. Any other members of council? Councillor Morrow.
It's got nothing to do with lack of trust with the city manager, which we just heard loud and clear. I take offense to stuff like that.
Statement of claim is on a contingency fee basis. The legal argument is on a contingency. It doesn't say we're going to bill you out $5,000 an hour in order to achieve our outcome. The actual statement of claim, the legal document that they're pushing forward, says it's on a contingency fee basis.
I don't think I or anybody else is objecting to that or arguing that. It's your last comment about if we don't do or listen or agree with what you're saying is that we're showing lack of trust to the city manager. I take offense to that.
Okay, there was no rise on a point of order, but Councillor Morrow's opinion has certainly been stated and heard by members of council. Any other debate on this particular motion? We'll enter into debate. Mayor Spearman, did you want to open, or we consider that your opening?
I will consider it my opening. We've had this issue explained to us in camera. Now it would be time for a decision. The motion has been brought forward. The city solicitor has indicated that he's comfortable with this motion. So I would suggest that council approve it. And that's my opening.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And the more we talk about it, I don't know why we're even doing this. We're already part of the process. I think what we're doing is not only say we're wasting, because we're never wasting the city solicitor's time, but I think the city solicitor's time is more important in other aspects of the city operations, regards to resolutions, bylaw, process, and all that. He's done already 10 hours of work, and as if this passes, you know all the emails that we're going to be getting from certain individuals. Out of respect to those people, we're going to be sending those for more clarification to our city solicitor, and there'll be a lot of hours that'll be spent of his time and his department's time that right now we really don't need to do this because this is already happening. So I just don't think it's the right thing to do, and I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Morrow.
I too will not be supporting it, and please, Mr. City Manager, understand that it is not with any because of any lack of trust for you.
Any further debate? Hearing none, Mayor Spearman to close.
I would ask for council's support. This is an issue that has affected the city of Lethbridge. It's not to do with the current issue, but the current issue has evolved from the overprescription and oversupply of opioids going back almost 20 years. If the case can be strengthened by our participation at some point, we're not asking to be a co-plaintiff. Just if information is not able to be supplied by the current plaintiff, we maybe have an opportunity to reinforce the claim from our perspective. So I think it's appropriate that we participate in this in the way that's been described in this motion. So I would ask for council's support.
Question has been called. All those in favor?
In
Opposed?
favor.
Sorry, Councillor Carlson, but I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Carlson in favor.
Oh, we'll wait till we get to you.
Councillor Higgin.
Sorry.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow. Councillor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Councillor Campbell.
Favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Carried 5-4.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you to the Deputy Mayor for chairing 10.2. Move on, 10.3, closed meeting, appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. Be it resolved that council direct the closed meeting discussions, reports, and documents with respect to appointments to boards, commissions, and committees remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, 19, confidential evaluations, 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that City Council thank Christopher Babbitts for his service on the Historic Places Advisory Committee in the capacity of architect. 2, appoint Stephen Depish on the Historic Places Advisory Committee in the architect position for a 3-year term expiring in December 2023. 3, appoint Ken Harvey to the Heart of Our City Committee in the Development Industry position for a 2-year term expiring in December 2022. 4, ratify Karen Johnson, representative for Lethbridge Senior Citizens Organization, LSCO, on the Economic Development Lethbridge Board for a 1-year term expiring in March 2021. Thank Glenn Fenimore for his service in the Downtown Business Revitalization Board. Ratify Bonnie Bedore on the Downtown Business Revitalization Zone Board for a one-year term expiring in March 2021. Thank Roy Pogrzalski for his service on the Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee, and ratify Nicole Gieske as the Chamber of Commerce Business Representative on the Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee for a two-year term expiring in December 2022. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. First, I think we need to thank the City Clerk's Department for all their work on this, because in all of this, they had to do the recruiting, they had to set up the interviews, they had to do all the work, so certainly this wouldn't be done without the City Clerk's Department. And also thank you to the board chairs and some of my colleagues who went through the process, interviewing where necessary and going through the work. And of course, thank you not only to the people who are stepping off of our boards, committees, commissions, but to the ones coming on. We could not do the work we do without volunteers from the community, and it is essential what they bring to our various committees. So we have gone through the process. People have gone through, as I said, various interviews. They have applied for these. These are the names we're bringing forward, and I would simply ask for my colleagues to support this. And unless there's any questions or debate, I'll call the question.
Any questions or debate? I see none. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Move on to 10.5, closed meeting personnel matter number 2. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to personnel matter number 2, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to section 17, harmful to personal privacy, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that the city manager proceed with the recommendations provided from council during the closed meeting discussions and return to a future meeting of council. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Another motion from Deputy Mayor Kaufman, closed meeting omnibus motion, 10.6, 10.7, and 10.8. Be it resolved that Council direct the closed meeting discussions with respect to Government Relations number 1, verbal, Government Relations number 2, verbal, and City of Lethbridge governance matter, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to sections 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 24, advice from officials, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Okay, I have a notice of bylaw, second and third reading from Councillor Carlson, seconded by Councillor Miyashiro. Notice of bylaw, second and third reading, bylaw 6228, a bylaw to prohibit the practice of conversion therapy. 11.2, whereas on February the 10th, 2020, City Council instructed administration to prepare a bylaw to prohibit the practice of conversion therapy in the City of Lethbridge, and whereas on June the 15th, 2020, City Council provided first reading to bylaw 6228, a bylaw to prohibit the practice of conversion therapy. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council consider second and third readings of bylaw 6228, a bylaw to prohibit the practice of conversion therapy at the July 13th, 2020 meeting of City Council. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I know that Councillor Miyashiro and I did intend for this bylaw to come forward today, which would have been appropriate as the anniversary of the Stonewall riots in New York City. Unfortunately, Agenda Committee did want to put it off for 2 weeks so that our community know when it would be coming forward for second and third reading. So that is the intent of this resolution, is to inform our community that we will be debating this bylaw in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Any questions from council? So it's just a notice of bylaw. Do we have to, we just? Okay, it just has to be read. There's no voting on this. It's just a notice. Yeah, thank you. Final motion from Councillor Campbell. Adjournment, that we do now adjourn the regular meeting of City Council until July the 13th, 2020. Councillor Campbell?
Call a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you.
I want to stay. Well, I guess I'm not getting an oil change today.